implement, control, evaluate, and improve the system performance of sustainable agro-industry to solve engineering problems of agro-industry. To achieve our vision, we established a tight connection with our international partners, industries, and universities. Our learning environment encourages students to build engaged scholarship through various inspirative activities. Join us and bring the agriculture into perfection with agro-industry.
Are you in pursuit of a great business school? International Undergraduate Program in Business at IPB University is a great choice. Our curriculum supports the students in nurturing entrepreneurial intention and characters. We train the students to identify business opportunities and develop successful business ideas. We focus on building students' competencies in managing business, fostering the students in business exposure following the 3 pillars of business education: globalizing, humanizing, and collaborating with industries. Supported by highly competent lecturers, the prime facilities provide an engaging learning environment and create healthy social interaction for the students. So, are you interested in joining us? The International Undergraduate Program in Business at IPB University is the right environment for prospective students to learn and become future business leaders.
Aspire to become a food technologist? Join the International Undergraduate Program in Food Technology at IPB University. The program is held by the Department of Food Science and Technology at IPB University, the best department with the longest experience in agriculture-based food processing in Indonesia. The program is open to international and Indonesian students. We designed the curriculum to cater the growing demand for food technologists with solid international perspectives. Our graduates have a set of competencies that meets the standards of the American Institute of Food Technologists and the Indonesian qualification frameworks. To bring the international exposure, we offer flexibility for students to pursue mobility or exchange programs, internships, or other activities that are of interest. Enroll in the program now and be one of the brilliant food technologists.
The young generation is a valuable asset of a nation. Preparing the young generation as the catalyst of the nation's progress is our obligation. Of being a leader in strengthening the nation's dignity through superior higher education at the global level. In the field of tropical agriculture, marine, and biosciences. we guide the young generation to be able to obtain achievements they could be proud of, encouraging them to always learn from both the book and first-hand experiences, fostering their interests and talents in order for them to grow and be able to create, so that they can become the bright individuals who are ready to build the nation. Open-minded, possessing leadership qualities, self-confident, competitive, at the same time achieving, creative and entrepreneurship-oriented, upholding sportsmanship, innovative, respecting the environment, respecting diversity, loving and appreciating the arts and culture, the energy of the youth, the energy of the nation,
Check one, check. Good morning to all the excellencies. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah memasuki ruangan, kami persilahkan untuk dapat duduk. To all the excellencies, please have a seat. Because in several minutes, we will start this meeting together.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Good morning to all the excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In several minutes we will start this meeting, so please kindly have a seat together. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mohon sejenak kita bisa mendapatkan posisi karena acara saat lagi akan kita mulai bersama. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome welcoming dance Sound of Sumatra.
dua, si gule empong, si gule gule.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Director General of Higher Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nizam, PhD. Chair of the Council Rectors of Indonesian State Universities, Professor Ganefri. Rector of IPB University, Professor Arif Satria. Vice Rector for Planning and Organization of Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Yanyan Muhammad Yani. The Ambassador of Permanent Mission of ASEAN Member State to ASEAN. Ambassador of ASEAN Partner Countries to ASEAN. The panelists from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. And the panelists from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and the panelists from the ASEAN Secretariat, and the panelists from the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organizations. And welcome to the Ambassador Town Hall Meeting, the ASEAN Higher Education Conferences 2023. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is co-organized by the Council of Rectors of Indonesian State University, Universitas Padjadjaran, and IPB University. And this year, the ASEAN Higher Education Conferences is raising the theme of higher education, a catalyst for growth, which is centered upon the theme of Indonesian 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship, namely ASEAN Matters Epicentrum of Growth. And the Ambassador Town Hall Meeting will serve a platform for each representative of ASEAN members to meet and discuss the main perspective needed to understand the context of higher education in ASEAN and discuss the way forward to realize a common space for higher education and the region. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start this meeting, please rise Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you and have pleasure. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the excellencies, would like to invite Rector of IPB University to deliver his welcoming remarks to Professor Arif Satria. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, Ambassadors of the Permanent Mission of ASEAN Member States to ASEAN and ASEAN Partner Countries to ASEAN, Chair of the Council of Rectors of Indonesia State Universities, Vice Rector for Planning, Organizing and Organization of Universitas Padjadjaran, panelists from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, panelists from the ASEAN Secretariat and the Southeast ASEAN Minister of Education Organization, moderators and discussion of today's panel sessions, rectors and delegates of the members of the Council of Rectors of Indonesian State Universities, senior official of IPB University, Universitas Padjadjaran and partners universities, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Bogor and to IPB University. It is our great pleasure to have everyone here today and to serve as the organizer of the Ambassadors Town Hall meeting. It is an important part of the ASEAN Higher Education Conference, or AHEC 2023. We thank the Council of Rectors Indonesian State University, or MRPTNI, and Universitas Padjadjaran for embarking together on this great collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education institutions are highly expected to contribute to solving emerging global challenges such as climate change, food insecurity, poverty, and environmental degradation. At the same time, the globalization of educational sector, doubled with the fast growth digitalization in this sector, have greatly influenced the business process of higher education. One of the clear examples of educational globalization is the proliferation of micro-credential recently. It provides alternative for students and practitioners to acquire special competencies or skills via short course and through online platform. Such an approach is highly acceptable in the labor market. We have yet to find out to what extent higher education institutions can effectively transform their learning platform to really meet the emerging labor market needs. At the same time, there is an urgent need for conventional education to transform in order to create quality and accessible education and to produce qualified, competent, and competitive graduates. The era of digitalization comes in parallel with the rapid development of artificial intelligence in the era of 4.0. This era comes with both strengths and challenges. There is a greater possibility to create innovation with modern technology to fit the need of the community and to provide solutions. We have witnessed that AI, artificial intelligence, can significantly strengthen research and innovation programs. So we need to strategically embrace this opportunity with the right wisdom and ethical boundaries. Another challenge faced by higher education institutions is to create a wider impact to solve the real problem of society, business, and industry through research and innovation. In research, highly cited publication is one of the targets, but an even higher objective is how to translate the research result into implementable recommendations that are able to drive improvement in society. Therefore, community service and commercialization must be intensified to improve people welfare and promote economic growth. Techno-socio-preneurial programs is one of the approaches that can be developed to create those impacts. IPB University is committed to our vision of becoming a techno-socio-preneurial university with strength in tropical agriculture, marine, and bioscience. By technopreneurship, we aim to advance IPB research, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship in an integrative way. We developed Science Technopark comprising the Startup Center, Teaching Industry, and coming soon Halal Center. And alongside, we keep elevating industrial university research partnership and commercialization of IPB innovation. As for sociopreneurship, we utilize IPB innovations to transform the community by providing stewardship to farmers, fishers, and society in general. We are also committed to ensuring that our work brings significant impacts, and we are proud to share with you that as of now, IPB Innovations and Community Service Program have reached 4,258 villages across the nation, covering 29 provinces in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the problems and challenges we just described requires collaboration among higher education institutions to succeed in transformation of higher education. Enhancing collaboration among ASEAN higher education institutions needs to be pursued in serious manner. We should realize that ASEAN countries are highly potential market for global education and also the global economy. Through collaboration, we can build quality and competitive ASEAN higher education institution with strong identities based on values adopted by ASEAN countries. And we need to encourage exchange among ASEAN students and faculty members. And the purpose are to stimulate openness, to strengthen growth mindset, to increase motivation, to improve performance, to widen collaboration, to create change that have a more significant impact. Such a background motivated us to organize this event to bring together key stakeholders between ASEAN countries to discuss challenges on the development of higher education in ASEAN. We hope this discussion come up with an agreement to further collaborate and develop relevant policies to support such goals. It is with our sincere hope that today's town hall meeting and the series of AHEC 2023 events will serve as a catalyst for greater achievement, advancement, and impact in the years to come. I wish everyone a pleasant and productive event, and we look forward to listening the interesting insight and having fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Professor Arif Satria for the warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite the Vice Rector for Planning and Organization of Universitas Padjadjaran to deliver his welcoming remarks. To Professor Yanyan Muhammad Yani, time is yours.
Honorable Rector of IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, Honorable Head of the Council of Rectors of Indonesian State University, Professor Ganefri, and Honorable Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Chairman of AHEC 2023, Dr. Setiawan, and Your Excellencies, all ambassadors of ASEAN countries, panelists, discussion, and moderator of Ambassador Council meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, good morning and welcome to the Ambassador Council meeting. First of all, on behalf of Padjadjaran University, we would like to state our gratitude for the question given to us to deliver these opening remarks. In our understanding, it is indeed ASEAN Higher Education Conference, our AHEC 2023, has been created not only as an opportunity for sharing ideas among the participants of the conference, but also beyond that expected. It is indeed to reach out as many stakeholders as possible to be engaged and follow up the vision of ASEAN as a vibrant region for higher education in which Jakarta is the capital of ASEAN. Hence, AHEC 2023 has several activities to gather ideas to be formulated among others, like 7 days ago, we just finished the webinar series involving government, top management of universities, as well as CEO of industries in the ASEAN region. from this webinar series resulted in three strategic focuses, namely innovation and digital transformation, industrial connectivity, and resilience and sustainability. In each focus, several issues has been arise, including digital-driven research and innovation, innovative collaboration, digital transformation, fusion, industry connectivity and quality assurance, energy sector and maritime sector, sustainable tourism, climate changes mitigation, food security and sovereignty, as well as sustainable healthcare industry. At this point, based on the result of this webinar series, we can make some initial conclusion. In the efforts to bridge the quality gap among ASEAN universities, it is a must that should be means or activities that allow sharing of experiences as well as remote assistance among them. Innovative collaboration among ASEAN higher education institutions is required to set up common quality assurance standards. Governments, this is represented by all ambassadors of ASEAN countries in the region ASEAN, should provide clearer definition and guidelines regarding research collaboration, as well as roles for sharing resources and expertise, particularly in the context of the current artificial intelligence era. In addition, ASEAN universities need to support collectively access, sharing to student mobility resources by providing necessary information, organizing joint academic mobility activities, hosting collaborative activities in a reciprocal manner, and assuring that the quality of its implementation should be handled. I hope this Ambassador's Town Hall meeting would like to discuss more detail on quality assurance and mobility and to provide new insights, deep insights, at least enlightenment for the development of both instruments and the implementation in response to emerging conditions and future needs of global society and future challenges of higher education to meet those needs. Last but not least, in this occasion, we would like to extend our gratitude and high appreciation to Director General of Higher Education who initiated the idea of the AHEC 2023. Thank you very much, Professor Nizam. A special thank is dedicated to Council of Rector of Indonesia State University, who has appointed UNPAD as host of AHEC 2023. And this year also, UNPAD is celebrating its 66th anniversary with its term Excellence, Harmony, and Beneficial. And thank you very much also to IPB University to be the co-host of this ambassador town hall meeting with Padjadjaran University. And we also extend a high appreciation to the entire organizing committee who worked tirelessly and enthusiastically ensuring the success of the entire AHEC 2030 agenda. Finally, we hope that the AHEC activities will generate positive impacts in enhancing the reputation of ASEAN higher education institution. This in turn will strengthen international institution relationship within ASEAN, including involvement from the business, governments, national sectors, which have participated in the AHEC activities. Once again, please allow me to say, welcome to Ambassador Town's meeting. Have a nice day and have a nice Ambassador meeting with happiness and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yan for the warm remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, the excellencies, now we would like to invite the Chair of the Council of Rectors of Indonesian State University to deliver his remarks and to officially open the Ambassador Town Hall Meeting ASEAN Higher Education 2023. Please welcome Professor Ganifri, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, Professor Nizam PhD, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Republic of Indonesia. Professor Dr. Arif Satria, Director of IPB University. The Ambassador and representative from the ASEAN nation, distinguished government official from ASEAN member states, the Board of the Council of Rector of Indonesia State University, Director of Padjadjaran University, esteemed panelists, Rector from Indonesia, all of the distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow participants. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Rector of IPB University for the gracious hospitality as the host of this exceptional event. Additionally, I would like to convey our sincere appreciation to Rector of Padjadjaran University for the commitment to hosting the pinnacle event of the ASEAN Higher Education Conference 20 and 23. Your dedication is truly commendable. A warm welcome to the Ambassador Town Hall meeting, a pivotal moment within the AHEC 20 and 23. It is an honor to address the esteemed gathering as we unite to deliberate on the critical viewpoints that define higher education role as a catalyst for growth within ASEAN. Here with us today are leaders and representatives from ASEAN member states, leaders and members of higher education institutions, distinguished lecturers, and students all hailing from ASEAN member states. Your presence underscores the significance of this occasion as we jointly navigate the path toward harmonizing higher education across the ASEAN landscape. This event is a dynamic platform for discourse and collaboration, and crucible where ideas converge to shape the future of higher education in Southeast Asia. Today, I extend a heartfelt invitation to the distinguished ASEAN permanent representative gracing us with their presence in this Ambassador Town Hall meeting. We earnestly request your support in extending invitation to academics, scholars, and professionals from your respective nations to partake in this year's ASEAN Higher Education Conference. This collaborative endeavor is poised to invigorate our academic ecosystem within the ASEAN community. Our aspiration is clear: to harness the collective intellectual potential of ASEAN nations and cultivate a more integrated higher education landscape. By uniting our resources, sharing insight, and working in synergies, we can empower our youth, equipping them with skill to flourish in an ever-evolving world and collectively address global challenges. Let us embrace the Ambassador Town Hall meeting as the cornerstone of our discussion, focusing on higher education as the catalyst for ASEAN growth. Together, let us solidify this platform as the bedrock of collaborative transformation and harmonized educational landscape. Thank you for your attention, and may this agenda serve as a catalyst for limitless possibilities. I hereby declare the Ambassador Town Hall meeting as the part of the ASEAN Higher Education Conference 20 and 23 officially open. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Garefri, officially opening the Ambassador Town Hall meeting ASEAN Higher Education 20 and 23. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be entering the main highlight of the event, which is the panel session. And the panel will be divided into 3 sessions. And the first session theme is Higher Education Development in ASEAN, an overview. And the second session theme is Cooperation and Harmonization of Higher Education in ASEAN, Opportunities and Challenges. And the last or the third session theme is Future Directions toward a common space of higher education. And the first session will be chaired by His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Darmansyah Jumala. And Dr. Darmansyah Jumala is a senior diplomat of Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs with a span of service for 35 years. And he completed his bachelor degree at the Faculty of Economics, University of Sriwijaya, and master degree at the International Relations Graduate Program and Webster University in Switzerland, and the doctor's degree at the Department of Political Science and Government, Faculty of Political and Social Science, Universitas Padjadjaran, Bandung. And currently, he is lecturer of International Relations at the Faculty of Politics and Social Science at Universitas Padjadjaran, and also an expert Council of Foreign Relations Strategy, Agency of Pancasila Ideology Development. And so without further ado, please welcome Dr. Darmansyah Jumala.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is very an honor and privilege for me to be given a precious opportunity to chair the panel 1 of the Ambassadors Town Hall meeting. We have already, to discuss this particular issue, this morning we have already 4 panelists plus 1 discussant. Before we proceed to the deliberation and discussion on this particular important and yet challenging topic, which is titled an overview on the higher education development in ASEAN. I just would like to invite our panelists for this morning's session. We have 4 panelists. First, I just would like to invite to the stage Mr. Panelist 1 is Professor Insinyur Nizam. Professor Nizam, yes, please come. Give a big applause for him. Yes, Pak, come to feel free to choose your seat. Maybe you can sit here, Pak. Yes, please. And the second panelist will be Ambassador Bofonetat Doong Chak. Sorry for the very poor pronunciation. Permanent representative of Lao PDR to ASEAN. Yes, please proceed to the stage, Ambassador. And the third panelist, I would like to invite Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, His Excellency Ambassador Kia Masahiko. Yes, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Hai, dozo. Please come to the stage. Please, Ambassador. Hai, dozo. And the fourth panelist, I would like to invite, is my colleague, my friends, when I was in Foreign Ministry, Madam Carolina Tinangon. Yes, please, come to the stage. Yes, Bu, silakan, Bu. And last but not least, next on my list is a discussant, that is Professor Dr. Insinyur Derajat Martianto from IPB University. Yes, Pak. Yes.
Dari Pak Rektor setelah ini sebelum meeting kita akan foto bersama dengan beberapa pimpinan dulu karena akan ada yang keluar di jam 11.
Oh iya, jadi foto dulu. Sebelum ini. Siapa yang mempersilakan?
Baik, ladies and gentlemen, now before we start this first panelist sessions, and I would like to invite the VIPs members to can gather to take a photo together. Yeah, before we start. Yeah. With the panelist session. Oh, okay. Ya, mengundang kepada Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati untuk bisa bergabung bersama. Want to take this photo session together first before we start the first panelist session. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much to all the excellencies. Okay, this is the last gaya. We call it last take a picture with the A sign for the AHEC 2023. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the excellencies. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah hadir, terima kasih banyak. To Dr. Darmansyah, dipersilakan untuk bisa melanjutkan sesinya. Terima kasih.
Well, let's proceed to the session panel 1. As I said before, we have a 4 panelists plus 1 discussion to discuss, to share views and insights on the very particular issues. That is a overview on the higher education cooperation in ASEAN. Before I proceed to the discussion, I just would like to draw your attention, particularly for the panelists and discussion, the procedures, how we proceed our discussion. Panelists from ASEAN, members representative, you are given a 10 or 15 minutes only, because they are all diplomats, I know, and panelists from ASEAN partner countries, that is Japan, because I have to be firm, to be disciplined in this regard. Why? Because they are all diplomats. There must be a time limit for him to talk. Otherwise, if there is no time limit, they will talk and talk until tomorrow morning. So, excuse me, ambassadors. So you are given, each of you, 10 or 15 minutes for presentation. And for the panelists from ASEAN partners also, are expected to share your views, experience on developing higher education cooperation with ASEAN. And at the last stage, I will invite the discussion to make salient points and comments on the previous presentation presented by the previous panelists. If time permits, underline that, there will be a question and answer session, and if it deems necessary, okay? So we try to be disciplined, 10 or 15 minutes. To start with, I just would like to invite the first panelist, Professor Nizam, PhD. Prior to his presentation, allow me to introduce him by reading out a very brief CV, because again, if I read all the CV, it will finish until tomorrow. So I will make a very short introduction, Pak. Boleh, Pak, ya? Yeah. Professor Nizam is currently is an acting Director General for Indonesian Higher Education at the Ministry of Education of Indonesia. He graduated from He is professor of the civil engineering at Gadjah Mada University, and he got his degree of doctor of philosophy from the University of London, United Kingdom. Yes, Prof, the time is yours, and have a floor, please.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, Rectors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Semangat pagi, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Please allow me to stand, Excellency. Can I have my presentations, please? Okay, I'll try to make it short. First of all, I would like to emphasize on the importance of student mobility to strengthen ASEAN identity. Slide. We know ASEAN is a big groups of communities, and now we are a community, ASEAN community. But that identity of ASEAN community is still not there, if we can see. Given the size of ASEAN people, now it's closing to 700 million people, and with the global GDP closing to 10% of global GDP, it's a big players globally. So we need to strengthen that and accelerate the establishment of the ASEAN community as a regional economic blocks. Thank you. Slide. Yeah, we have one vision, one mission, ASEAN vision and mission. So a concept of Southeast Asian nations, a partnership in dynamic development, community of caring society, the spirit of ASEAN, an outward-looking ASEAN. So we dream of ASEAN as the hub for economic growth for the future, social and cultural development, regional peace, security, and stability. So that is the three pillars of ASEAN. What is ASEAN community? If we see the primary goal of the ASEAN community is a people-centered, society responsibility, socially responsible, with a view of achieving enduring solidarity and unity among the nations and people of ASEAN by forging a very important common identity and building a caring, sharing society with inclusive and harmonious, where the well-being, livelihood, and welfare of the people are enhanced. So a very inspirative visions for ASEAN community. People-to-people communications, connectivity, and mobility. So these are points that we need to forge. Slides. What is ASEAN identity? Amitabh said that we have a shared imaginations. Southeast Asia, in many ways, and imagine regions, experience of regional identity, and can be likened like quest for identity, according to Ben Anderson. What is the elements of the identity? First, nationalism, religions, cultural norms and model of interactions, modernist development, state orientation and approach, and now we go into regionalism. What are the elements of the regional idealism, identity? We need to weave the fabrics of ASEAN. There are many elements of the ASEAN ID. One, history. We share a lot of common history, languages, a lot of commonalities in our languages, culture, a lot of cultural diversity which link one with the other, ethnicity, religions, socio-economy, politics, way of life, the Asian way, need to be strengthened and celebrated. There are several enabling environment, community, technology, connectivity, now social media among the young generations. Mobility is very important. Distance between ASEAN countries is just the same as the distance between cities in Indonesia, for instance. Mobility of people and ideas is very important. Resource sharing, brain circulations in the regions, professional organizations, and for higher educations, we need to have some sort of Bologna process approach in which we can harmonize the education system in the regions. Erasmus Mundus-like programs, I think it's very important to develop and make it grow. And we also now have several ASEAN unicorns. Slides. Education and Science in ASEAN Charter, we are glad that there are, in the ASEAN Charter, there are very interesting articles. One, para 10, develop human resource through closer cooperations in educations and lifelong learning, and in science and technology for the empowerment of the people of ASEAN and for the strengthening of ASEAN community. So this is very foundations of the ASEAN Charter, which higher education should play a very important role. If we look at the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021 to 2025, there are 5 outcomes. 3 or 4 of which are very much related to higher education. One is developing the ASEAN awareness. I doubt that in our classroom we already introduced ASEAN in our curriculum, for instance, in higher education. Many of our students do not have that sense of ASEAN community yet, as yet. So developing ASEAN awareness need to be in our classroom. Outcome 2, enhance regional capacity and promoting and ensuring access to girls and boys to quality learning from preschools to secondary level. This is the compulsory educations. Outcome 3, regional capacity in higher education as part of lifelong learning, including the harmonizations of ASEAN higher educations. If you look at the higher education system in ASEAN countries, there is very much diversity in the higher education system in the ASEAN. Outcome 4, on TFET, in adapting to the changing labor market, and 5, improving coordinations, knowledge management, and M&E system. Slide. So what I propose is we should move toward ASEAN higher education area. If in Europe we have the European higher education area, in ASEAN we need to establish and develop this higher education area. There are already several initiatives. We can follow the model of a Bologna process. We already have the AUN, which unfortunately very exclusive. We need to make this more inclusive. APRU is ASAHIL, AUAP, so there are many collaborations between universities. We also have CMEO, we also have AQAN, AUNQA. Also, we already established ASEAN qualification framework, although it is still coming up and down for years. ACTS, ASEAN Credit Transfer System, is already there. We already have the system, we already have the modalities, so we need to accelerate this as a hub for collaborations among universities. We also have the ASEAN Ministerial Education Meeting, and SOMET and CMEO. Slide. First, homework, harmonizing education system. The education system in the region is still very diverse. The years, just to look at the years of educations in the ASEAN countries, still very different from one country to the other. And what is something that we actually should be able to do is making the calendar more harmonious, academic calendar to be more harmonious, to make student exchange easier. Now with different time schedule of academic years, make student exchange slightly problematic. Slide. There are already several initiatives on making harmonizations. We have the UNESCO Convention on Mutual Recognitions of Degree and Diplomas in the regions. We also have ASEAN Quality Assurance Network. We also have ASEAN Qualification Framework. We also have AUN, which we need to make it more inclusive. And also AUNQA, SOMET ASAT, UNINET, Student Exchange in Regional Asia Pacific, ACTS, and also share the ASEAN EU Student Exchange Program. Slide. Slide. This is one of the interesting programs, ASEAN Plus 3 Student Exchange and Mobility, for students to exchange in the ASEAN countries plus 3 partners, Japan and Korea and China. And degree awarding, credit transfer, and other activities. It can be a short term, it can be 6 months, 12 months, up to a full degree. Slide. And from Indonesian side, we already have the Campus Merdeka program in which students can spend up to 2 semesters, 40 credits out of campus. That means they can have student exchange, full credit transfers in ASEAN universities. And we already sent 1,500 students out from Indonesia to study 1 semester abroad in Europe, in Asian countries, and also, of course, in ASEAN, in United States, in Australia, and other countries. So we need to promote university-industry collaborations and also international collaborations as the way forward. Slide. Yeah, the Campus Merdeka program, which Indonesia is taking part now, taking a lead. We transform our university from a silo, prescriptive learning for years in the classroom and laboratory, to make students more free to learn from the campus of life. So they can have up to 2 semesters out of the campus, or up to 3 semesters out of their subject. So to make the learning more flexible and more meaningful, and preparing them to the changing professional world. Slide. Yeah, so this is 9 off-campus activities. It can be student exchange, internships in industries, in professional worlds. Students can spend 1 semester to intern in an embassy, for instance. They can be an intern in industries, they can be an intern in companies, and many other activities. All can be equated into 20 credit hours. Teaching assistants, and also research assistantship for those that aspire to be researchers. Humanitarian activities, they can become a Peace Corps, they can join the Red Cross, or any other humanitarian activities. During the COVID, tens of thousands of students join these humanitarian activities, and they are given credits accordingly to what they do. Entrepreneurships program. In the past, entrepreneur possibility is drop out. Now they can become an entrepreneur without dropping out from university. Micro-credentials, students can learn machine learning, artificial intelligence, and any future needed competencies that is not yet available in the in campus and community empowerment. Slide. So we make campus more dynamic and more flexible. From this Campus Merdeka, students can have double major, major minor, double degree. They can collect as many certificates as they are aspired to take. They can become a specialist, they can become researchers, they can become professionals. So up to the tracks that they want to take. So this gives the opportunities for students to really path their way to the future, not by the design of the lecturers, the professors, but by their own design, of course supervised by the professors. Slide. And we transform our universities through 8 key performance indicators. The most important one is number 1. We need to make sure that our graduates are becoming a productive citizens. Employability of graduates, that is the first and foremost importance of we are having universities. And also, number 6, we like to make international collaborations as the heart of every study program in Indonesia. And also, making the standard into international standard by accreditations into international accreditations. So we send students out, we send professors out of campus, and we invite professionals into the campus to bring the real problems into the classroom. So that is number 4 and number 7. Slides. And we also at the same time transforming our accreditation system to be much more oriented toward the professional world. So we developed the independent accreditation bodies, currently already 6 independent accreditation bodies, and they are oriented toward international standard. LAMPTECHUS, Health and Medical, this already accrediting health schools, medical faculties in Indonesia, as well as abroad, because now it is already approved by World Federation for Medical Educations. LAMTechnik, or EAP, on engineering, this is already Washington Accord signatory, so EAP can accredit based on Washington Accord standard. LAM Infocom on ICT, This is currently professional membership of Seal Accord, LAM-EMBA on business economics, LAM-DIC on education and teachers training, LAM-SAMA on science and math. So we already have 6 independent accrediting bodies in addition to PANPITI as the curator of accreditation system. So in terms of collaboration opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities to collaborate through transnational education. We welcome world-class universities. We invite university consortium in the regions, online learning, joint research and publications, student staff exchange, curriculum development, joint degree, double degree. This is very much encouraged. Sabbatically for professors, scholarships, micro-credentials, joint research facilities, training and industrial internships, and other academic activities. Slides, 2 last slides, so student lives in Indonesia, slides. What need to be done? Harmonizing education system, Bologna-like process, I think we need to promote and let's do that together. Harmonizing qualification framework through AQRF, mutual recognition of degree and diplomas, harmonization of quality assurance through ASEAN accreditation system, promote student mobility through double degree, joint degree, exchange, credit transfer system, ACTS, ICT-based networking and collaborations, promote professional standard, grade certification and accreditations, promote professional mobility, and facilitate interactions through dialogue, collaborations, and virtual space. Last slides, programs. So we need to really work on the ground. We need to facilitate and motivate student mobility across ASEAN countries through, for instance, ASEAN Trust Fund scholarships or whatever scholarships available. Erasmus Mundus-like program in which students can take their degree from 2 to 3 different countries. So they can take 2 years in Indonesia, 1 year in Malaysia, 1 year in Vietnam. Students from Philippines can take 2 years in Philippines, 1 year in Indonesia, 1 year in Thailand. So that will be a very rich future young generations that will make the ASEAN community a strong community. Student and staff exchange, professor from IPB can spend 1 year in Los Baños in the Philippines and vice versa. So this kind of activities should be promoted and accelerated. Blended and distance learning educations, very easy to implement. Joint courses, double degree, joint program, credit earning, ASEAN Student Forum. We should let student organizations to make it become ASEAN. On football, on chess, on science, whatever. So student organization should become ASEAN organizations, both in academic, sport, cultural meetings, regional professional organization associations. We already have many, AFEO, CAFEO, and also in medical. ASEAN studies, we need to develop on history, culture, diversity, folklore, art, science in every big universities in every countries of ASEAN, and also festivals. We need to have more sports, student events, arts and culture, summer course, camp across countries in ASEAN. Slides. With that, thank you very much. I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nizam. You got very high discipline, Prof. 15 minutes sharp. Thank you very much. Well, Professor Nizam highlighted some salient points regarding the ASEAN community, people-centered and socially responsible. I think it is very relevant to our discussion today because people-centered and socially responsible are very relevant to our exercise this morning. Next on my list is the second panelist. I would like to invite the Ambassador Bofonetat Duongchak. I hope my pronunciation is quite perfect. Thank you. Just for the introducing him briefly, Ambassador Duongchak is the Ambassador Permanent Representative of Lao PDR to ASEAN. On top of that, he is also the representative of Lao DPR to Governing Council of the ASEAN IPR. And he got the Master of Public Policy, majoring in Economics and Public Policy, on the KDI School Public Policy and Management in Seoul, Korea. With that short introduction, I just would like to invite you to make your presentation. Feel free to be seated or to go to podium. Feel free. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Excellencies, Moderator, Ambassador Damacha, for your kind word introducing me. Good morning, Excellency. By the way, let me start with dear Professor Dr. Arif Satria for receiving me this morning. Dear Professor Ganifria, Chairman of the Council of Rector of Indonesia State University, Director General of Higher Education, as well as the Vice Rector for Planning Organization of University of Padjadjaran, my fellow permanent representative to ASEAN and colleague, ambassador of from the dialogue partner and external partner, distinguished panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the host, Council of Rector of Indonesia State University, for convening the Ambassador Town Hall meeting, which is timely, and the aim to connect stakeholders of higher education in ASEAN in making higher education the catalyst for growth in the region that is consistent with the theme of Indonesia Chairmanship this year, ASEAN Matter, Epicentrum of Growth. Therefore, I concur with the organizer that the meeting is a very important platform for exchange information and discuss the way forward to realize a common space for higher education in the region. Yeah, frankly speaking, I admit that I am not expert on the higher education development, but by the way, since I have been invited as a panelist on higher education in ASEAN, my remark will be brief and will be less than 10 minutes. Don't worry, Excellency Moderator. And then my remark will cover some important points of the higher education development in the Lao PDR, as well as the challenges and way forward, which we discuss on after this session. Then please allow me to share some information that I based on my note. Firstly, as we are aware that education is considered to be one of a decisive factor in the developing a high quality of human resources. Therefore, among others, higher education development in ASEAN should be further strengthened into a new high in order to support to the economic development and growth in the region. As for the Lao PDR, since the past years, the higher education has increased satisfactorily, both in quality and quantity. The government of the Lao PDR pays attention to improve and invest more in higher education for human resources development in terms of qualitative and quantitative dimension, specifically in construction and child rehabilitation for 5 public universities. In my country, we have only 5 universities, including new construction, teaching, learning facilities, science research, and technical services. In this regard, I would like to thank for the support from some domestic and international organizations, including public and private sector, such as Asian Development Bank, World Bank, COICA, JICA, EU Share, CMIO, RAI, UNESCO, and other organizations. Secondly, there are some challenges that I would like to share for the meeting that remain to be solved in the higher education development in the Lao PDR. Namely, one, we found that human resources development is unresponsive for demanding for socio-economic growth, and conclude that the Lao labor force is over but less. The term over but less refer to the fact that increasing the number of competent and skilled human resources require not just a higher number of college graduates, but also an effective approach to address the problem of unqualified and unwell-trained graduates. 2, many higher education curricula remain outdated and unresponsive to industry needs. 3, teaching methods rely heavily on lecture and provide marginal opportunity for practical learning. 4, some teachers and staff relatively lack experience and pedagogical and research training and postgraduate degree, and fifth, lack of cooperation with private sector. That is a challenge to be resolved in my country. Thirdly, for the way forward, in order to overcome those above-mentioned challenges, the government of the LAPIDA has issued the Education and Sports Sector Development Plan, or we call the ESSDP 2021-2025, which cover key areas among others as follows. One, investment in improved infrastructure of higher education institute in 5 universities, as I just mentioned. Attention is being paid to improving the quality and teaching and learning in both public and private institutions, particularly in science and technology, engineering and mathematics, or we call in short STEM, related course on and innovation. 2, offering master degree and PhD scholarship, both local and abroad. 3, provide competent research fund. And 4, development of new course, entrepreneur and environment. 5, improvement of ICT. And 6, exchange and visiting program. To this end, I would like to encourage and seek your consideration to further promote and collaborate between relevant sectoral authority and body of ASEAN in order to explore possibility of new initiative or a joint cooperation plan that will benefit our young graduates in the regions. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on separate note, the LAPIDA as incoming ASEAN Chairmanship for 2024, we look forward for continued support from ASEAN member states, from a dialogue partner and other external parties, and international and regional organizations. And we would like to welcome in advance Your Excellency, distinguished participant, to attend the ASEAN matter and related to ASEAN the meeting and related meeting in the Vientiane LAPIDA next year. Last but not least, I wish the meeting have a great success and wish Excellency and participants every success in your noble task, and look forward to working closely with you in the near future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Master Dongchak. You are very efficient. Only 10 minutes, you save 5 minutes, right? That's good. Well, there are some salient points I would like to highlight in order for the other panelists to maybe to share with you on the particular issues. That you brief us about the collaborations partners with the partners program for the education system in Lao PDR, and you also mentioned some challenges in developing higher education. I took note here. One problem is the education system is heavy on lecture rather than on the practical work. So this is a very good point to raise in this particular discussion, because we are here to discuss about the collaborations with the ASEAN partners. Thank you very much. So that's a very good point to raise. And the third panelist will be Ambassador Masahiko. I would like to read your full name. Ambassador Kia Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN. Allow me to read out your short CV. Ambassador Masahiko he started his professional career as a diplomat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 1987. He has LLM International Law and Master of Philosophy in International Relations from University of Cambridge. So now I would like to invite you to deliver your presentation. The time and floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Feel free to go to podium.
Yes.
Okay,
I'd like
yes,
to come
please.
over the podium. And could you project the slide, please? Hello. I think this is. Hello. Yes, this will be enough. So thank you very much for this opportunity, inviting me to this very important ASEAN Higher Education Conference Ambassadors Meeting. The First and foremost, I'd like to give blessing to all the achievements of our ASEAN universities and the government and private sector as well to come this far. Japan had hard time after the opening of the country in the 19th century in the first time. And then after the Second World War, we managed to develop our industrialization and our education system. And now we are working together with ASEAN and to move on to the next stage. Today, with limited time, I'm not an expert on education, but I've been working with ASEAN. Japan has been working with ASEAN for so many years. So just the 2 points, could you, the next slide please? Well, maybe 3 points. One is Japan's experience of a higher education development. I understand that this how to overcome the challenges. I think it's important for us to share with you how we develop this, we come this far. Secondly, our cooperation with ASEAN till today. And secondly, the next steps. The next slide, please. All those are words, but I think this is important to share with you how we overcame the successive challenges. After the war which ended in 1945, in 1947, at that time, higher education was not that developed. A limited number of people got the higher education in Japan and overseas. So the system of 6-3-3-4 system, that the 9-year compulsory education followed by the senior high education, senior high school, and then at university 4 years. So this and centralization of higher education system into universities for 4 years. That system was established just after the war. But after struggling to develop post-war period, in the 1960s, 1964 was the year when we established a junior college, just required for 2 years. So we move on to the quantitative expansion. So the universities, the private universities were increased as well as junior college. So the national universities percentage came down from 30% to 11%. And also in the 1970s, the Japanese universities entering the university came from 16% to nearly 40%. Then we found the difficulty of ensuring quality of university education. Then we established a subsidy system. In 1975, we started the private education subsidy system, and also the government established higher education plan, systematically improve the quality of private universities. That was the difficult period to enhance the quality of higher education after the expansion. Then, after that time, the further development of the system to promote professional education. That is, as we move on to enhance and harmonize Japanese education system with the global university education system, and also to develop, sector by sector professionals. So in 2003 to 2017, we move on to developing those reformulation of universities so that we develop those professional universities and professional junior colleges. Next slide, please. So I understand that the ASEAN countries, ASEAN member states, in different degrees, move on from the difficult time to the fairly developed university system, and some are still facing challenges. So, as Japan started to work with ASEAN, when the ASEAN faced Asian financial crisis in 1997, we thought that the ASEAN universities need to be strengthened to overcome this financial crisis. That was when then Prime Minister Hashimoto Ryutaro announced in 1997, Japan should not only support ASEAN in financial sector, business supply chain, but also universities. Then came this initiative of supporting the networking of ASEAN universities, that is SeedNet. At a very early stage, we noticed, and ASEAN pointed out, that ASEAN has already got the AUN, ASEAN University Network. So this new support initiative came under AUN, a sub-initiative of AUN. And then the other initiative came, which has been undertaken for many years, that is a science and technology collaboration between ASEAN on the one hand and universities in Japan on the other. Let me explain briefly those two major pillars. The next slide, please. This AUN SeedNet, Japan is very proud to have undertaken with ASEAN counterpart universities for more than 20 years, continuously. I think I came here to share with you the experience of ASEAN-Japan university collaboration. The most important point is the maybe intra-ASEAN mobility. At that time, one of the biggest challenges is that those best and brightest of ASEAN countries, academic people, go to, say, US, Europe to get higher degrees, and then they stay. It's a brain drain, which is not good for consolidating the development. Therefore, what ASEAN suggested, what we responded, was to select best universities in all 10 ASEAN countries in the engineering sector at the beginning, and then nominate those academics who are willing to stay in those universities to continue teaching young people. Then give them scholarship to get higher degrees either in other ASEAN universities or in Japan. And additional flip is that the ASEAN designated 9 different headquarters in ASEAN, where other ASEAN academics get together sector by sector, so that the ASEAN academics can merge their know-how and network in ASEAN and come back to their respective countries, and then enhance the quality of higher education in those universities. So this is purely to support ASEAN community, identity, and integration. So this is additional value of ASEAN, not only in respective ASEAN countries. So Japan is very proud to have continued to undertake this intra-ASEAN academic collaboration for more than 20 years. So consequently, more than 1,400 people studied in ASEAN universities, say 800 for masters and 270 for nearly 300 for PhD, and then nearly 300 got a PhD in Japan. And collaborative research, 270, that has been undertaken by alumni. And when it comes to academic mobility, short-term visits in ASEAN and to Japan, I think more than 200 and 2,500. All those achievements have been made in collaboration between Japanese universities and ASEAN universities. And it was ASEAN member states and the university which chose prominent universities, say across all 10 countries. So 26 member institutions in ASEAN and 18 supporting universities in Japan. They collaborated to develop such system. So this CNET was completed this year in March. And now this AUN headquarters in Bangkok, and the Japanese JICA expert is still there, just one person, and they're exploring the next steps. And we are hoping that we get a good idea as to how this already solidified AUN and ASEAN University Network can get further collaboration with Japan for the future. The next slide, please. The other major pillar which enhances the potential of ASEAN University is science and technology research. And we discussed and focused on 3 major themes, which is in line with SDGs. One is energy and environment. Second one is biomaterials and biodiversity, biotech. Third one is disaster prevention. And all those 3 sectors, the network and partnership is deepened and solidified. The next slide, please. So the idea is, now after many years of collaborative work between ASEAN on one hand and Japanese academics on the other, the latest findings were the need and importance of STI coordinator. There are many academics who undertake silo research, but to deliver results, to make the change in the society, to address challenges, you need to have a focused target and approach, which mobilizes all the ASEAN academics and Japanese or other countries. So those are the Japanese now supporting those ASEAN universities and science and technology and innovation coordinators so that they can facilitate the intra-ASEAN academic networks and the utilization of Japanese resources to address imminent social and economic challenges of the ASEAN region. I'm hoping that is in line with strengthening ASEAN identity by jointly working in an open manner. So I think I took plenty of time, I was still within 15 minutes, I hope. Then the next slide, please. This is the last slide, the next steps. So having achieved all these in the last 20 plus years, led by ASEAN, facilitated by JICA, and fully engaged with Japanese universities, 18 universities. And also this STI development, I think the offices in Bangkok and also Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur, the STI collaboration was facilitated by 3 offices in ASEAN and headquarters in Kyoto University. So having achieved those measures, then what to do? Simply 2 things. One, mobility. As DG emphasized, the intra-ASEAN and maybe intra-regional mobility is key So we are hoping that including private sector and with a good effort by member states, together with Japan, the student mobility can be further enhanced so that the ASEAN identity and the potential of ASEAN universities to train and educate each other can be enhanced. So this is one direction, and we are hoping that toward the end of this year, when the ASEAN and Japanese leaders get together in Tokyo to commemorate the 50th anniversary of ASEAN-Japan Friendship and Cooperation, we would like to launch this new initiative for further exchange. Secondly, the co-creation of innovation is the second pillar. Now that this expanded, strengthened ASEAN University network is here, relationship with Japan is now different. ASEAN's grown up and growing up even. And Japan is one of the major partners, like China, Korea, Australia, EU, US, and so probably Japan can be a further equal partner to respond to ASEAN's original challenges. And the academic co-creation, collaboration to specifically address regional challenges. That is something that we like to pursue through academic, maybe mobility as well, not only young people's mobility. So those are the ideas, and I haven't written it, but the collaboration between academics on the one hand and the government and the industry, private sector. Engagement of private sector is another frontier. So we like to promote co-creation, engaging Japanese companies in the private sector. That is another big frontier. So with all those must-do things in mind, we like to continue working with all the universities in ASEAN so that you succeed and Japan will succeed together. Thank you very much for long-time cooperation, and we will continue working with ASEAN.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Masahiko. Well, Ambassador, I was in Japan before. I lived there for 4 years. One thing I learned a lot from Japanese is punctuality. You got it today. Your presentation in sharp 15 minutes, punctual, on time. What I learned from Japan is punctuality like a Shikansen. Shikansen, fast but on time, just like your presentation today. Thank you very much. So next on my list, Ibu Koni Tinangon. I would like to introduce a very short, brief introduction. Ibu Koni Carolina Tinangon is the Secretary of the Directorate General for ASEAN Cooperations in Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She joined the ministry as a diplomat in 1997. She got her master's degree and bachelor education from Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universities of Indonesia. Ibu Koni, you have the floor. You prefer to be seated or in the podium?
Maybe I just sit.
Okay, please.
Thank you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Jumala. It's good to see you again after a long time.
Thank you.
And Excellencies, Ambassadors of ASEAN, distinguished rectors, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to attend this conference. And I would like to thank the Council of Rectors of Indonesia State University, CRISU, for having me to this important event. I know the preparations of this Ambassador Town Hall meeting is such as a wide collaborations between universities, and it's such a pleasure for me to be part of it. And congratulations for finally we have this event. And I think this Ambassador Town Hall meeting puts such a significant topic that addressed the important role, as mentioned by the Ambassador from Laos, that is the important role of higher education as a catalyst of growth, as well as to provide, I think this is the important one, to provide a forum to connect and reconnect higher education institution networking in the ASEAN region. As mentioned by Ambassador Kia Masahiko, I think the partnership is very important for us in order to develop good higher educations within ASEAN countries and also within the partners of ASEAN. So I've been carefully listened to the previous speakers, and it is no doubt, I think, that we have conclusions that higher educations plays a significant role as one of the catalysts in accelerating ASEAN's economic, political, and social cultural in each respective countries of ASEAN. In wide picture, I think we should see that ASEAN member countries have been blessed with three main assets. First, regional stability. Yesterday, we just celebrated the 56th anniversary of ASEAN, and since its establishment, ASEAN has maintained its regional stability and bring more cooperations. I think education give us an opportunity to bring a lot of cooperations between university. Some key aspects or some key of collaboration has been mentioned by Professor Nizam about the point that ASEAN, such as the ASEAN University Network, through SEAMEO and anything else, then I think there is a lot of opportunity that we can build more on that. And second blessing is the economic growth, with average real GDP reach 4.6% in 2023 and estimated 4.8% in 2024. And ASEAN now considered as one of the largest economies in the world. I think this data has shown that ASEAN is growing into the economic powerhouse. And the third is the demographic bonus. With the population around 687 million people and around 213 million is the productive years. So we benefit on the young generations, and this is the important asset of ASEAN. And in the future, of course, we will be benefited through these young generations to make the region stronger, more resilient to any challenges. With those three blessings, it doesn't mean that ASEAN has no obstacles. On educations, I think I still see the accessibility and the equity of education remain an obstacles in several countries. One thing that we should be admit that ASEAN is diverse nations, and however, regardless of diversity, ASEAN keeps moving towards social and economic integrations with a vision, inclusive, harmonious, and equitable community. And I think education is one of the areas that is seen to facilitate ASEAN integration. I think all of us has the same views that for providing quality education is a meaningful investment for growth and prosperous of the region. If we can see back in 2015, ASEAN Summit 2015 already acknowledged the critical role of higher education in accelerating for region's development agenda. And in 2016, through the 9th ASEAN Education Minister meeting, ASEAN adopted ASEAN Work Plan on Education, as already mentioned by Professor Nizam as well. ASEAN has the Work Plan on Education for 2021 until 2025. Now it's 2023, so it means that only 2 more years, I think less than two more years. So we just only have a one and a half years, and we should make another work plan for the education. So in order to build stronger stronger education to the people, and then we can cope challenges, the global challenges in the future. Of course, this work plan is serve as a guidance for ASEAN in developing and implementing regional initiative and educations. But the world is dynamic and it changes all the time. So I think the work plan is also should be adjust with the global challenging. And as we remember that in 2015 there is an SDG goals, especially the SDG goals number 4 is about the quality educations, and the focus on education has been a huge part of the discussion in ASEAN. And during our chairmanship this year, we have a theme in our chairmanship is ASEAN Matters, Epicenter of Growth, and we aimed to bring the region to the forefront of innovation and unlock the potential for investment in the future. With that mission in mind, Indonesia aims to improve human capital by closing the education gap. And I'm sure, of course, Pak Hisam is the expert on this, but if I could say, Indonesia has transformed its educational system and put more attention on the quality of learning, availability and access, competence of educators, and also cross-sectoral partnership, school, family collaborations, digital innovations, and financial management. I think one of the innovations of the education system, we have the Merdeka Belajar for the policy. This is for the students, the first year students, high school students. And this policy is a mass movement for teachers, parents, families, and communities to bring essential and large-scale changes. And also, it's already mentioned by Pak Mishan, it's about the Campus Merdeka. It's for the higher education. It's about the freedom of campus. And I think this is a good initiative to give an opportunity to students to improve their abilities according to their talents and interests by going directly into the world of work as a career preparation step. And I think this activity can be converted into their credit score, broaden their network outside campus, and explore real-life working conditions around one semester, and directly learning from the practitioners. With the dynamic of global challenges, I think we need to prepare students to be more adaptable in the working situations, and of course to fulfill the demand on in the working world. It needs a combination of higher order skills and also problem solving, self-awareness, empathy, and perseverance. The program of Campus Merdeka will give an opportunity to materialize students and make them ready to the real work life. And beyond that, in the recent years, our higher education has been focused to keep pace with global competition. And the strategy is to achieve a better level of education for young generation and to lure more international students to study in Indonesia. Ambassador Kia Masahiko pointed out important thing about the cooperations between ASEAN and Japan, and it's a partnership, and I think for a younger generation, this partnership is very important for all of us, and so we can look into more partnership with other countries as well. And if we take a look on the Indonesian law, I think the government of Indonesia has enacted law number 12 in 2012 on higher educations, and it's pointed out that the internationalizations of the local higher education sector has made one of the key priorities. Currently, Indonesia has more than, I'm not really sure, maybe around more than 4,000 universities offering 25,000, more than 25 majors. However, we are still facing challenges to make world-class university concept. I think this is our challenging for universities in Indonesia. And we need a number of international students and partnership with overseas university. And I think with the partnership with the overseas university, it will give benefit for local student for international environment without going abroad. And in terms of economic perspective, it's also a good opportunity. The environment will give financial benefit for local people nearby the university. Beside the higher education, I'm going to touch a little bit on the education in the technical and vocational education and training. As the region moving into integration, and Indonesia needs to enhance its skills workers. And I think in terms of higher education, we have a polytechnic. Polytechnic is more specific. It's more how do I call it? It's technical and vocational. I mean, it's more practice than theory, because we need the theory, but the important thing is practice is also the practical working is also important in order to increase the competitiveness of our educations. So the improvement of quality of TVET become one of the intentions of the government. I think to leverage the standard and the competency of TVET in Southeast Asia, especially through internationalization and harmonization, and then to promote and develop the curriculum harmonizations and internationalizations of the study program through lectures or students, and to create sustainable networking platform among TVET leaders and institutions in Southeast Asia. I think those three that we need to pay attention in order to make good human resources and to be able to work in the real world. So during our chairmanship, we highlighted the importance of TVET industry with business entity and and also Indonesia would like to underline the significant collaborations and networks in the education sector. If we, thinking back to last year or two years ago, we are struggling with the pandemic situations, and we have to depend on the technology, and the online learning influences changes in our education system, and we can see now training is conducted online. Indeed, it is a step direction for us to be more resilient in education system. And to conclude, I would like to say that the higher education should be more adaptable in order to cope with challenges, widen the networking of academicians, student, scholarship institution, as well as partners. And to realize, this is very important, I think, to realize a stronger community, ASEAN should prepare its future generation as a drivers of global prosperity. I think that's end of my presentation, Pak. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
hope I don't exceed the time.
Thank you, Ibu Koni. She's a diplomat. If there is no sign of the time limit, she will be talking until tomorrow, right? So thank you very much to finish your presentation. One point highlighted by Ibu Koni regarding she laid down two premises upon which we can pursue the higher education cooperations. First, economic gravity. She said growth epicentrum. That's one premise. The second premise is demographic bonus. Demographic bonus means big population. Big populations means nothing without productivity. Education improve productivity. So it's very relevant to discuss how education system improving the productivity in order to make benefit of demographic bonus. So now let's start our discussion by inviting Professor Dr. Insinyur Derajat Martianto, to discuss, to share your views with regard to the previous speaker's opinion on their presentation. But before that, allow me to introduce you by reading your short CV. Pak Professor Derajat Martianto is the Professor of Nutrition at the Faculty of Human Ecology in IPB University. He is also expert team on national food security, Food Security Council of Indonesia. He got the PhD degree in human nutrition and food and agricultural economics from University of Philippines at Los Banos. Yes, Pak. Without any another introduction, I will invite you for presentation.
Okay,
Please.
thank you very much, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Danmansyah Jumala. Okay, honestly, it is quite difficult actually to make a comment on the spot of the excellent speakers here. There are so many issues, I know, but I try to make a note, and I noticed that actually there are 5 important areas that become, what do you call it? The important challenges of the ASEAN countries in developing the higher education. Of course, the first one is system restructuring and reforms. We just learned from the Japan experience, starting in 1947, they try to make national standards, national system, everything put into the proper system. And I just learned that Japan just started construct the national system for the higher education in 1975, is that correct? So you can imagine, the system is just set up a few years ago, but they have already achieved a very, very big achievement. So I think we have to learn from everything that shown by the Japanese government in setting the what we call as standard, and I think the harmonization also not only for the higher education, but starting from the lowest educational level. And then Pa Nizam has already mentioned also that we have a very different system in ASEAN countries. And yet we try to bring the ASEAN countries to become the higher education area in the future. So this is a big challenge, of course. But I think with everybody talking about the cooperation, about the networking, I think with the strong networking, with the strong cooperation, we can make it. And I think we have already started how Singapore attract Malaysia, and even now Indonesia, also Thailand, Malaysia has already attracted students from Africa. And I think not only Africa, of course, ASEAN countries, even from Europe, etc. But I think we can still do more, and we can, particularly if we are able to sell the strength of our specific study program. For example, let's say at IPB we are very strong at the tropical agriculture, for example. Maybe in Malaysia, in the Philippines, Thailand, we can develop also the medical, tropical medicine, etc. If we can do that, then we can attract more students from other countries. And the second challenges is, I think, about the internationalization. All of us talking about the internationalization, how we can bring our students, how can we bring our faculty to get the enrichment, new experiences from other countries by taking subjects or maybe doing some activities in other university, particularly in ASEAN countries, I think this is among the one thing that we have already agreed we have to strengthen that. Unfortunately, now our student is millions, our university is millions, even thousands. Even in Indonesia, we have more than 4,000 universities. That's make the mobility of the students become, of course, a little bit difficult and very expensive. And if we notice that in most of the ASEAN countries at present, there is a shifting. There is a shifting of type of university. That the one is in 70s, 80s, most of the university, particularly in Thailand and Vietnam, they are the government university, but now mostly are shifting to the private university. In Indonesia, I think most of the university is private. So the third issue is about the access, equality, diversity, and of course the inclusion. So I think if all of the university, higher education is shifting to the private university, we know that in the last 40 years, most of the ASEAN countries achieved a very high growth in the, what do you call, enrollment of a higher education university, higher education, and that's mean that most of the ASEAN country is now more educated. But with the privatization, I think there is a challenge because usually the privatization will increase the cost, increase the, what do you call, the cost and the opportunity, particularly for the poor. So there, we are in the ASEAN countries supposed to put more attention for the poor. Indonesia have a good experience on that. I think Pak Nizam has already mentioned about that. The poor people, at least 20% of the poor students are able to achieve the higher education now. But for the ASEAN countries, I think we do not have the system yet. And then the third challenges is how we can adapt with the changes of the work field. I think it is very important because as Pak Rektor, Pak Nizam, and Ibu Carolina also mentioned that we have very big changes in the technology. Automatization will give a very big hit for the old type of jobs. So I think we really have to put attention on that, how the ASEAN university may adapt to the changes of the work field and how we can cooperate each other to adjust with what Pak Rector also mentioned about the FUCA. Yeah. So I think this is around, this is about also the very important issues and very important challenge that we have to cope with. And then regionalization is also about the important challenges that we have to cope with. And then another issue that I would like to raise in this session is I just want to remind that there was what we call as Kuala Lumpur Declaration of Higher Education. Kuala Lumpur Declaration of Higher Education. So a set of the effort that higher education in its countries to uphold their quality. We all agree that the higher education in ASEAN countries will play a significant role in several areas. I think there are three areas that we have to put into consideration, considering the great changes in our environment now. First is how the university, particularly the higher education, really able to serve as a catalyst of ASEAN economic development. So this is a very much important because you know that every country now is facing the economic crisis. So how can the ASEAN countries focus on try to find the best way for the ASEAN countries particularly in formulating the economic strategies to cope with the situation. And then the second one that it is already stated also in the declaration is that all the higher education is supposed to promote peace. And you know, peace, perdamaian. You know that we are facing the very serious geopolitical problem now, even for ASEAN countries, in Indochina, for example. So how can we do that? I think this is our declaration. So I think we have to formulate the way to promote the peace, and particularly at least in our areas. And then the last thing is, Ibu Carolina has already mentioned actually, in the next future, what will be the orientation of our higher education? Whether we make we try to balance between the science and vocational studies, or we will shifting to vocational studies because, yeah, the challenge is really what are needed by the industry is the more skillful graduates, for example. So I think the ASEAN countries supposed to formulate a strategy, whether we will like Germany or like Germany and Netherlands, for example. These two countries are developing more on the vocational studies, and we learned that in these two countries they have a very low unemployment rate. So whether it is become our our answer or not. So I think we have also to discuss about that. And then I think that are among the most important things that I have already make a note here, that there are 4 challenges, and I think some of them has already been elaborated, but the others need more elaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Derajat. It's a very thought-provoking idea from discussion, commenting on the 5 panelists before. Well, I just would like to highlight some points, salient points, highlighted by Prof. Derajat. There are challenges in the higher education in ASEAN countries. First, system restructuring. Second, internationalization in order to improve the quality. 3, access and equal access to the education. That's very important. 4th, adaptation to the new changes, the new challenge, the changes due to a technological advancement. And number 5 is how to make KL declaration to make it as a catalyst in higher education cooperations. That's the salient points I took note from his presentation. Actually, I just would like to invite the internal discussion among the panelists and also discussion. I just would like for the first session for discussion among the panelists, if you have some additional points to raise or even to comment each other, you are mostly welcome. So feel free to take a floor for another discussion, to make a comment to another's panelists. Yes, please. Who can start? As ice breaking, please. Prof. Nizam. Ya, Pak.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to appreciate and congratulate Excellencies Ambassadors for highlighting some of the issues. And Ambassador Kia Masaiko, yeah, AUN SIDNET, I think one of the most successful project we have in linking the ASEAN universities to work together with Japanese university. And I think it's one of the longest running project supported by JICA. Actually, I would like to see that to be continued through continuation schemes, which can be reframed into more relevance to the future, especially in engaging university with the industry. So this is very important to make sure that university and industry is really linked in the economic growth and development to be more inclusive. And with regard to access, actually in Indonesia, we have access capacity actually. Access capacity, we have more than 4,000 higher education institutions. So this is opportunities to invite students from abroad from ASEAN countries to study in Indonesia. Currently, we cater for 9.5 million students in our higher education systems. It's quite a big number. But given the 4,000 higher education institutions, public and private, it is still a lot of capacity out there. So yeah, that is my invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nizam, for your additional comments on the presentation. Yes, if there is another, yes, Ambassador Dongchak.
Thank you, Excellencies. In fact, I well note what the comment made by all our distinguished panelists made is very important. But by the way, I really very interested on the sum up from our discussion, Dr. Drajan Martianto. I think that you sum up on 5 points is very important. But for me, maybe I would like to learn more that you mentioned about the first challenge. That's I think is a very key one, is a system restructuring and reform. I think that to make this one is not so easy, particularly in my country. We have to restructuring all the system. We need in terms of the human resources, about the budget. So everything, maybe if someone can share the experience, best practice from some other country, will be great how to make the restructuring and reform in the higher education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, that is the reason why we discuss about the collaborations among the ASEAN partners in order to have a exchange experience, lesson learned, best practices on the education system. Yes, Ambassador Masahiko, if you have to add.
Yes, I'd like to respond to the fourth point, adapting to the new challenges. I think on this point, I think we can learn from each other and work together. And from our viewpoint, we had a All Japan Council and recommendations for the new higher education in the society in general. And that resonates your thinking. Yeah, I pick up 3 major points. One is to just restructure, focus on the new areas for growth, in particular digital and green. So given the available resources, probably the university higher education needs to focus on the newly growing areas to address new challenges. Second point is the need for the integration of science and technology on the one hand, and social science and some general say, literature or some humanities on the other. Humanities. Because for AI, for any latest science, we need to think about the interaction with the people and make most of people's capacity as we make use of technology.
People-centered.
Yes. So this not the compartmentalized, department-based deepening of academic excellence. We need to create and foster across the department new value creation. That is the second point that we are discussing. And third point is the pursue global excellence. So I think, of course, there are many excellent academic institutions in the world, and those rankings are there. And there's a challenge of attracting best and the brightest to non-Western fields. So as a discussant pointed out, we need to have our strength to be capitalized to attract the excellent researchers. For that, probably as Indonesia or ASEAN, Asia is a growth center facing multiple challenges. Probably those challenges can be can attract the ideas and academics. So as pointed out, the tropical medicine, disaster management, and all those troubles, issues, challenges are taking place in Asia. Growth is taking place in Asia. Green and digital and people, mobility, anything. So probably those Japan as well as ASEAN can be at the forefront of global academic excellence in addressing those challenges. So those are some of the points that we have been thinking about how to improve Japanese higher education. And looking toward the future, we could work together to jointly pursue the improvement of higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. You highlighted a very important point. In order to adapt to new changes, first, we need to identify new areas of growth, and you are referring to the green technology whatsoever. And the second is integrations between scientific and social science. That's very important. It is not a kind of compartmentalization, rather it is a integration of values. That's very important. I think it's very basic and very important to discuss further. And the third is global access. Global access, it is very relevant with a point highlighted by Professor Derajat, internationalization. Well, that's a very relevant discussion, I think. Yes, is there any additional comment from Ibu Koni? Yes, please.
I just have one comment about the privatizations of the university, especially that now we are facing in Indonesia. Actually, most of the state university now become as a private university, and it's we are talking about the access, actually, access to all young people. Not all of them has from the rich family, but there are poorer family. But in order to solve this problem, I think we should make more partnership. And ASEAN yesterday actually every year ASEAN has the ASEAN scholarship. So this scholarship is partnership with the private sectors, with banks, with the companies. So it means this can maybe will help the younger people who doesn't have enough money to go to continue their educations into the higher educations to get more scholarships. So ASEAN has already made this kind of framework on the scholarship. But I think if we learn from the university from the developed country, they also provide a scholarship by their own. So I agree that the university should be, I mean, it should be growing into the privatizations. So it's not depends on the government budget, but also it has to be a window for the higher educations to the poor young people. I mean, it's in order to give an opportunity for them to get an equal access on the higher education. So just only one point. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Bu Kony. Pak, Prof. Derajat, is there any comment on comments? No. Well, we have another 15 minutes left before 11:30. So I just would like to invite Flores to raise a question. Yes, Prof. Didi Rahbini, it's my friend. Please, Pak. Please, well, for me, you don't need to identify yourself. I know you. Please identify yourself and the institution you belong to. Please.
Yeah, to Ambassador, yeah, to Ambassador and Prof. Nizam, yeah. I would like to raise access capacity of higher universities in Japan and in ASEAN, especially in Indonesia also. But the access capacity of universities in Japan and Indonesia is very much different. In Japan, the aging society already more than 40s and even 50s. But in Indonesia, the average 25 to 35. Yeah? So we are growing and we have a demography bonus. Yeah? No relationship in Indonesia and Japan and ASEAN in Japan in higher learning activities, only very traditional and very conservative. Just sending the person from IPB University to Japan. This is happening already half centuries. Yeah? Could you have more progressive programs? Yeah? Merging or not only sending persons, yeah, to Japan, but you bring your university to Jakarta, to Indonesia, or Indonesia to going to Japan, yeah, and forcing maybe 1,000 or 100 people graduate from Indonesia to Japan, because in Japan you merging a university already start, you know, because lack of student, yeah. So this is important for Indonesia, especially to Pak Nizam, Prof. Nizam. We are lacking of engineering PhD, yeah. For social science like me, we have so many, yeah. Social science or culture and so on, we have so many, yeah. So could you have more progressive program, not traditional, only sending one person to Japan, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Didi. For the audience who don't know him, just would like to introduce Professor Didi J. Rahbini is a rector of Paramadina. Am I right, Pak? Yes. Prof. Nizam, you have a floor, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Didi. Yeah. It is something that in my presentations we would like to encourage to develop double degree, joint degree programs with Japan and with all international partners, because by then there are many, in addition to advantages, also the quality improvement will be very directly impacted through like at the PhD level, joint supervision, for instance, that will leverage the research, will leverage the publications, joint publications, as well as leverage the supervisors in supervising the students. For the students, they will have a broader minded, they will have access to both institutions. So this is something that will be a win-win situation for universities, for lecturers, as well as for the students. And in fact, through LBDP, we already prioritize for scholarships that will be prioritized for double and joint degree rather than on a single degree program, especially in STEM, but not forget about the social science and humanities. This is also very important to have an international collaborations with global partners. So with that, I also would like to invite Ambassador Kia Masahiko to promote these collaborations through joint and double degree programs between Indonesia and Japan. Given the access capacity of Japan universities, especially in STEM, and we are still need a lot of development in STEM, and many ASEAN countries, I believe so, still need a lot of strengthening in STEM stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nizam. I noticed that there is a our guest. You wanna have a
I need
questions?
I need the short answer from Ambassador Kia, Pak. I need the answer.
From the ambassadors?
Ambassador Kia.
Yes, please. Yeah, there are two ambassadors here. Please, Pak.
Okay, you first. My question to Ambassador Kia, you know, because like
excess capacity. Yes. As pointed out, Japan is now facing universities excess capacity. We need to address it. On the other hand, we are now realizing that we are different from Indonesia, many ASEAN countries. We are lacking natural resources. So we depend on people. Not human resources, but human capital to create values. So as we face excess capacities, as our population is slightly decreasing, we need to empower people, educate people, strengthen education. So as we restructure, downsize universities, we need to start from improving the substance of research and higher education. So that is to identify issues and challenges and promote communication, present new values and visions, and address challenges. So this new education needs to be set forward and enhance competition among universities as we downsize universities. Those needs to be done. And the less well-managed, less competitive universities. The Japanese policy recommendation says that they need to be guided to downsize systematically and get out of the market. So it needs to be gradually treated so that it will not lead to any social confusion and difficulties. So concluding, we need to enhance rather competition and advise and guide those less competitive universities to get out of the university market. That is what is being advised in the Japanese context. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Masahiko. Ambassador Dongchak, you have something to say? No. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes, please.
Yes, Dr. Roger Chow Jr. from ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you and congratulations to the panel for a very insightful and interesting discussion. Let me start with comments. I totally agree with Professor Nizam's discussion on the need for a Bologna process initiative. And I was inspired by the concept of doing an ASEAN Erasmus Mundus equivalent. At the regional level, we did launch the roadmap on ASEAN higher education space last year, but there's a need for operationalization. We're waiting for the action points and initiatives from the EU because they promised money for further action for higher education. We are doing phase 1 of the Inter-ASEAN Scholarship Program, which is basically research looking at the various funding mechanisms, intra-ASEAN mobility programs. So I'm hoping that this leads to further push for the initiative. However, I actually am a bit curious because I am of the view that to sustain an intra-ASEAN scholarship program, there needs to be sustained participation and commitment from individual ASEAN member states. And if coming from, probably from Indonesia and Lao PDR, would you think, I mean, I'm not asking you to commit, I'm just thinking, that would there be support for AMS to actually develop and sustain funds? We can work out the funding mechanisms, but I'm looking at sustainable funding mechanisms for an inter-ASEAN scholarship. Last but not least, I appreciate Ambassador Kia's comment on integrating humanities and social sciences because it's something close to my heart. And the discussant actually mentioned something on peace building. I wrote an article in 2014 on peace building as the 4th mission of the universities. I would like to ask the higher education community to look back that when we transform higher education, it's not going to be just in terms of quality, internationalization, or rankings. It has to be something more meaningful in relation to our mission: enhance quality teaching, quality and relevant teaching, research, and I mentioned, I think the chair mentioned, the moderator mentioned evidence-based, translating research into actions and actionable policies, basically evidence-based research, evidence-based policy making. But last but not the least, we are educating the future leaders, and of course the current leaders as well, because we're all learning throughout life, in relation to enhancing skills, capacities, and values to contribute to ASEAN and global community building. So we have to consider this and as much as possible learn from each other. I think there's so much to learn from what Indonesia has done, but from other ASEAN member states and dialogue partners, including Japan. Different challenges, different contexts. We can learn from each other and hopefully address the various challenges we will face now and in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing views and insight. I think it seems to me you don't have any question to raise, right? Okay, now I notice there is a professor.
There was one question, particularly views if member states.
Addressed to?
Professor Nizam or our colleague from MOFA, Indonesia.
Yes, please.
And Ambassador Bon. Yeah.
Yes, please. Feel free to speak first. Yes.
Please allow me to speak first. Thank you very much, Dr. Roger, for your comment made. Your question, addressed to all ASEAN member states. You are right how we can sustain the ASEAN scholarship. We thank you very much, ASEAN Secretariat, to look for the resources from the other international organizations to support for that. But you are right. Among our ASEAN member states, the important thing is the political will, political commitment by the government. For the LAPDR, we have a very strong commitment and very political will to support and sustain the ASEAN scholarship. any way that ASEAN Secretariat can have any suggestion, and please directly contact with our Ministry of Education and Sport. We will convey this message to all of them to collaborate with ASEAN Secretariat and other ASEAN member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dongchak. Is there any other panelists would like to add some more? Well, I will give the floor to Professor Edi Pratomo.
Excellency, may I?
Yes, yes, please, Pak Nizam.
Yeah, I think the Erasmus kind of approach can be developed through two approach. One is organic by university-university collaborations, which is already happening. So we accelerate that. And secondly, from top-down approach through policy and dialogue at ASEAN level. So I think both sides, both strategy need to be done. First, the organic one, we can accelerate that by facilitating from the government side, we facilitate that through, for instance, the endowment fund on education that we Indonesia have. Now we send hundreds of students to spend just one semester in partner universities. If we can use that to reciprocally invite students from ASEAN countries to come to Indonesia, we are open, we are most welcome them to come. So it's a matter of the willingness of the countries, partner countries, to send their students or partner universities to send their students to Indonesia. And if that happens, and every country support this initiative, organic initiatives by universities, I think the Erasmus approach, Erasmus kind of strategy will work and will grow. Because I believe students that are exposed into international ASEAN exposure will have the ASEAN heart in their mind, will have the ASEAN way of thinking, the ASEAN way of doing, the ASEAN culture in their future. So it's very important for every government in ASEAN countries to accelerate this. From the top level, I think we need to bring into the ASEAN summit to make this as one of the ASEAN strategy to make the ASEAN community a strong community from people to people, university to university, collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nizam. Now I give the floor to Professor Edi Pratomo. Professor Pratomo is the Dean of Law Faculty of University of Pancasila. Yes, you have the floor, Prof.
Yes, I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Excellency Ambassador Jumala. Having listened very carefully the statement and presentation that has been made by Professor Nizam and also Ambassador of Japan at this forum, I have something to connect with the presentation. Number one is on the idea under the last page of the slide by Professor Nizam. It was mentioned about the plan, proposed ASEAN Trust Fund for Scholarship. And it is very much relevant with the ongoing initiative that has been made by now Ministry of Education on the Independence Campus Program. I would like to have the advice from the Ambassador of Japan. Would there be any possibility for Japanese governments, especially within this framework, to advise us on how to develop the implementation of our Independence Program campus that has been initiated by Ministry of Education to involve the Japanese industries in ASEAN? I know that Japan has one of the biggest investors in ASEAN countries. Would there be any advice for universities in Indonesia on how to provide internship program for these students of ASEAN universities, especially in Indonesia, to find occasions and opportunities to be one of the internship program that can be initiated by Japanese government through the establishment of the ASEAN Trust Fund that has been proposed by Professor Nizam at his slide. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Edi. You are connecting to opinions of Professor Nizam and Ambassador Kia. Well, Prof. Nizam or Ambassador Kia, you would like to add some information on that? With regard to the opportunity to have an internship program, right? Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Your simple answer is that we are working on it, and we think it's very important, and we think it's the next step. There was policy recommendations presented by academics, so the civil society, that was in February. And one of the recommendations was the link between the private sector on the one hand and the academic or the university young people on the other for career development and internship. So Japan has been promoting youth exchanges with ASEAN under the form of Genesis program, jointly discussing and addressing the common challenges like the environment. And there's another initiative coming up among young entrepreneurs between ASEAN and Japan, doing startups and innovation in business together. Probably, as you pointed out, the potential link is those are youth in the university on one hand and business on the other, across ASEAN and Japan. I'm hoping that Japan can take the lead and ASEAN can pursue with other countries, other partners as well. So as Japan is celebrating its 50th anniversary ahead of many other dialogue partners, I'm hoping that with your suggestion, with support from ASEAN member states, we could get good ideas and good support from universities as well, so that the young people in universities can have a better access to Japanese and in ASEAN countries, vice versa, so that that can be replicated with other dialogue partners as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kia. Then, Prof. Nizam, you have something to add?
Yes, actually, we have a lot of discussion with JICA on how JICA could facilitate the Campus Merdeka to send our students to have intern in Japanese companies in Indonesia as well as abroad. And hopefully they will be in support of the initiatives through. I still do not know yet about the funding for that internship program, but in principle they agree with our proposals, because we already have intern in industries, but as yet not many Japanese companies to take our students to do intern in Japanese companies in Indonesia. And also, that is what I proposed to Ambassador Kia. If we want to extend the AUN SITNET program, we can engage industries, not only university to university, but also Japanese companies and industries. That will benefit both the supply sides as well as on the demand sides. The industries will benefit from the intern, and students will benefit from the experience they get from the industry intern. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nizam. We are coming to the end of our discussion. Well, we go beyond 4 minutes, go beyond the schedule. Before I conclude, I just would like to say a few words. Well, I don't intend to make a conclusion of our discussion. I'm sure the committee will have a note on that. And one thing that's very sure from our discussion, that there is an ample opportunity for us among partners, among ASEAN and ASEAN partners, to elaborate to forge a cooperation in higher education any further in the future. So thank you very much for your attention and for your participation. Before I conclude, please give a big applause to panelists and discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Dr. Darmansyah for such a fruitful session. And before the panelists leave the stage, I would like to invite Rector of IPB University, Professor Arif Satria, to give some token of appreciations to our honorable panelists and discussant and the panelists, and of course to our moderators today. Okay, so first, from Rector of IPB University, give to our moderators today, Dr. Darmansyah Jumala. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Darmansyah. And the second is to Professor Nizam. And the next panelist to the Excellency Ambassador, Mr. Bowanta Dokja. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Ambassador, Mr. Kia Masahiko. Thank you so much. And next to Madam Carolina. And last but not least to Professor Derajat Martianto. Thank you so much. And after this, I would like to invite to all the panelists and Rector of IPB to have a photo session together. And next, I would like to invite to all the rectors to can gather in here, have a photo session together with all the panelists and moderators today. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. And I would like to invite all the rectors who, untuk bisa bergabung, Bapak Ibu. All the rectors for today's. It's special occasion and special request from Professor Arif Satria. Yeah. Thank you so much. And for the director of Polytechnic, also I would like to invite all the rectors. Yeah, can have photo sessions together. Bapak Ibu bisa melengkapi di atas. Terlebih dahulu kami persilahkan untuk bisa menempati. Ya. Baik, di sebelah kanan masih kosong, Bapak Ibu bisa beralih ke sayap sebelah kanan dari arah panggung mungkin. Ya. Okay, don't forget to smile and say cheese. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the next, Bapak Ibu bisa kepalkan tangannya with your right hands. Okay, right, left or right? It's same. Okay. Okay, with the A sign, it's for AHEC 2023. Okay, thank you so much, Bapak Ibu, to all the excellencies, distinguished guests, and all the rectors or the representative from the universities. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering the lunch and prayer session. And to all the participants, we invite you to have your lunch today from the buffet prepared outside of this ballroom. So once again, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mengajak Anda untuk dapat menikmati jamuan makan siang yang telah kami sediakan di luar. And I would like to invite all the participants to have your lunch and prayer session together today. And don't forget to come back to this room 1 jam mulai dari sini ya, Bapak Ibu. Jadi pukul 12.30 kami persilakan Bapak Ibu untuk kembali ke ruangan karena kita akan memulai acara dimulai 12.45. Thank you so much to all the participants and have a lunch break. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebagai informasi tambahan bahwa musola wanita berada di lantai 2 dan musola pria berada di lantai 2 menjorok lebih dekat kepada Hotel IICC. Terima kasih. And ladies and gentlemen, we break today, we break now, and you must gather in here again at 12:45. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Dian Pijarmentari.
And I'm Esterly Tawidiaring Tias.
We're gonna sing a song, When You Believe. Enjoy.
Nights we pray with no proof anyone could hear. In our hearts a hope for song we barely understood. Now we are not afraid, although we know there's much to fear. We were moving mountains long before we knew we could. Oh, there can be miracle when you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to keep. Who knows what miracle you can achieve when you believe? Somehow you will when you believe.
In this time of fear, when proof so dull and a proof seem vain, hope seems like the summer above we've barely flown away. Yet now I'm standing here, my heart so full I can't explain, seeking faith and speaking what I never thought I'd say. There can be miracle when you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to keep. Who knows what miracle you can achieve when you believe? Somehow you will when you They don't always happen when you ask, and it's easy to give in to your fear. But when you're blinded by the pain, can't see the way, get through the rain, small but still silent voice, their help is very near us. There can be miracle when you believe. When you believe, though hope is frail,
Oke baik, lagu selanjutnya saya akan membawakan Keroncong Kemayoran. La 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 la, laju laju perahu laju, jiwa manis indung disayang. La 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 la, laju sekali ke Surabaya, kedondong buah kenari, dengar keroncong, senang sekali. Kedondong buah kenari, dengar keroncong, senang sekali. La 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 la, boleh lupa kain dan baju, jiwa manis indung disayang. La 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 la, janganlah lupa kepada saya. Keladi dalam lemari, dengar keroncong, senang sekali. Keladi dalam lemari, yang baik budi yang saya cari. La 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 la, laju laju perahu laju, jiwa manis indung disayang. La 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 la, oh, laju sekali ke Surabaya, kedondong buah kenari, ini keroncong, senang sekali. Kedondong buah kenari, dengar keroncong, senang sekali. La 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 la, boleh lupa kain dan baju, jiwa manis indung disayang. La 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 la, oh, janganlah lupa kepada saya. Merpati terbang melayang, cinta sejati selalu terbayang. Kedondong di atas peti, ini keroncong minta berhenti. Terima kasih.
IPB University is transforming into an excellent higher education institution in agriculture, marine, and tropical biosciences. We are committed to strengthen the nation's dignity. We continue to move forward and become a leading university in Indonesia. Not only at the national level, we continue to challenge ourselves to be the best at the global level, and has been consistently increasing our global rank. IPB University has faculties and schools that offer various programs to create a generation of excellence. To provide quality education and the best learning experience, IPB University pursues to advance both national and international accreditation and certification. Listed as the most prospective contributor of innovation in Indonesia, IPB University has research centers that facilitate research in various fields. By innovating perpetually, we can elaborate a sustainable quality of life. IPB University has registered hundreds of innovations, and the number just keeps growing. We breed youth entrepreneurs that drive the nation's independence in the future. IPB University contributes to build society by working with communities in various regions in Indonesia. We are aware of the magnitude of collaboration in fostering innovative mindset to continue growing and developing. IPB University have and will continue to collaborate with diverse partners domestically and globally. IPB University continually contribute at the global level, immersed in consorts of international research and education development. IPB University is committed to continue to grow, brighten the nation's future through innovation. IPB University, inspiring innovation with integrity.
Langkahku lewati jalan pematang, saksikan damai wajah sahaja. Di sini alam indah lembutkan jiwa, bening air beningkan hati. Di sini suara peri tak ada lagi, karena orang saling peduli. Biarkah desa ini tetaplah desa, harmoni hidup terjaga. Namun bisikan kota menggoda, janjikan berjuta tawa. Percayalah desa sangka hidup kita bahagia ada di sini. Di sini suara peri tak ada lagi, karena orang saling peduli. Biarkah desa ini tetaplah desa, harmoni hidup terjaga. Namun bisikan kota menggoda, janjikan berjuta tawa. Percayalah desa sangka hidup kita bahagia ada di sini. Bahagia ada di sini. Bahagia ada di sini.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan. Dalam langkah dan pikiran Anda selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta.
Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar tuh kehidupan.
Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan,
Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
mari bersama hadirkan masa depan. Dalam langkah pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan. Dalam pikiran agar selalu majulah melangkah, oh majulah.
Angin memiriku pasang, bitujui tong-tonganan, tu Sarawak takkan lupa. Batumi angin memiri, angin ngerang dingin-dingin, nama lautan seribuku. Aule nama ngurangi, tu tenaya parisina. Angin memiriku pasang, pitujui tong-tonganan, tu Sarawak takkan lupa. Batumi angin memiri, angin ngerang dingin-dingin, nama lautan seribuku. Aule nama ngurangi, tu tenaya parisina. Aule pitujui tongtongana tu sarowa takkan lupa.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Anggita, and I will be singing one of the songs that represents youth power for all of the youth all over the world. So this is the greatest love of all. Enjoy.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself, it is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself,
that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place. Find your strength in love. Thank you.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, yang sudah mungkin selesai jam istirahatnya ya. Sudah makan siang, sudah juga melaksanakan ibadah sholat zuhur. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu, kami mengundang Anda semua untuk bisa kembali ke ruangan. Karena sesaat lagi acara akan kita mulai bersama Bapak Ibu. Ya, sesuai dengan jadwal yang sudah mungkin Bapak Ibu ketahui bersama bahwa kita akan memulai kembali 5 menit lagi. Jadi jam 12:45 kita akan memulai kembali kepada panelis session kedua dan ketiga, dan tentunya dengan masih topik yang gak kalah menarik ya Bapak Ibu ya. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu mungkin yang sudah makan siang, dipersilakan untuk bisa kembali ke ruangan karena acara akan segera kami mulai bersama.
Tuhan tunjukkan padaku langkah untuk maju, untuk mengukir sejarah baru. Mahasiswa, masa yang indah, berjuta kenangan dan kasih. Tuhan tunjukkan padaku langkah untuk maju, untuk mengukir sejarah baru. Karya gemilang, karya prestasi, berikan pada aku langkah untuk maju.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, gemetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bukan aku tak tertarik akan kata rayuanmu.
Saat matamu melirik, aku jadi suka padamu.
Tiap kali kau bermanja, bergetar rasa di dada.
Ingin ku bisikan cinta,
tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun.
Tak kuasa aku dibuatnya jatuh cinta, tapi nyatanya ku tak bisa berkata-kata. Pikir cara lanjut jenjang kuliah dengannya. IPB University jawabannya. Oh God, let me have a chance to be with her. No matter how hard we will fight together. And darling, when you rush away, just remember we can build our dreams together for the rest of our life.
Ku bisikan cinta, tapi hati ini malu jadinya.
Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi. Engkau masih anak sekolah, satu SMA. Belum tepat waktu untuk begitu begini. Anak sekolah datang kembali 2 atau 3 tahun lagi.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mengajak Anda untuk bisa bergabung kembali karena sesaat lagi acara akan dimulai. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to have a seat together because the next panelist session will be start in the several minutes. Thank you. Baiklah Bapak Ibu, ya mungkin, kalau ini udah di dalam nih. Mungkin kedengeran ya sama Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar, kami persilakan untuk bisa masuk. Karena sesaat lagi acara akan kita mulai bersama. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the excellencies, all the distinguished guests. Welcome back to the Ambassador Town Hall Meeting, ASEAN Higher Education 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the second panel session, which will be chaired by His Excellencies Ambassador Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo. His Excellency Ambassador Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo is a senior diplomat of Indonesia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs with more than 35 years of service. He graduated from the doctoral program at the Faculty of Law, Universitas Padjadjaran, and following his service as diplomat, he started his academic career as the lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University, and currently he is holding the position of Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Pancasila. So ladies and gentlemen and all the distinguished guests, please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo.
I thank you, Master of Ceremony, for inviting me to become a moderator or panelist chair this afternoon. And thank you once again also for the brief introduction to myself. Good afternoon, Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would first of all like to congratulate to IPB and Universitas Padjadjaran for having this very important gathering on the topic which is very relevant to our challenges today, especially on the topic of cooperation, harmonization of higher education in the ASEAN regions. And we would like to talk about opportunities that are available, and we will respond it, the challenges that are ahead to all of us. We will have this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, 5 speakers who are quite having experience and good qualifications to speak on this very topic. Number 1, our speaker is Dato Dr. Habibah Abdul Rahim. She is currently the director of the Siameo Secretariat, and she is the former Director General of Education of Malaysia and is also honorary fellow at Masa Institute, senior advisor to Evolution and board member of Teach of Malaysia Foundation and Dewan Bahasa and Pustaka. But I was informed that unfortunately today she's not able to attend at this very gathering, but she has kindly prepared her presentation to be presented at the beginning of our session. Number 2, we have the career diplomat, His Excellency Ambassador Ngurah Gede Ngurah Swajaya. Is the current special advisor of the Foreign Ministry at the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia. He is also in the preparations to be our ambassador to Switzerland in the very near future. We understand that he was Director General of the American and European Affairs, and before he has been holding very important position as ambassador to Cambodia, ambassador to ASEAN, and lastly was ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Republic of Singapore, and now he is here with us. Welcome, Pak Ngurah. Number 3 is Her Excellency Ambassador Nur Izzah Wong Mi Chong. Welcome to our session. She is a permanent representative of Malaysia to ASEAN, and she started her diplomat career in 1996. And prior to her current assignment, she was the High Commissioner of Malaysia to New Zealand from 2018 to 2033. She holds a PhD in International Relations from Tsinghua University in Beijing. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Roger Chow. He's current Assistant Director, Head of Education, Youth and Sport at the ASEAN Secretariat since 2013. He has been engaged in this international education development projects in many countries, in various countries in the region, in ASEAN. And Dr. Chow has a PhD in Asian and International Studies from the City University of Hong Kong. Welcome, Dr. Chow. And last but not least, the fifth speaker would be His Excellency Ambassador Will Nan Kervis. Is the Australian ambassador of the Australian mission to the ASEAN in Jakarta. He has been serving as Assistant Secretary at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia. Well, we would like to invite all speakers that I have already mentioned to welcome to the stage. Please give hands to all the speakers. Ambassador Will is coming very soon. He is now still on his way to this place. Yeah, I was informed that he will join us very soon. So we have now 3 speakers already with us, and I would like to first of all welcome to all the speakers. Thank you very much, Excellencies, for having to be here this time on the Ambassador's Town Hall meeting. The topic is so important, especially as a follow-up discussion of this morning panel on the high education learning system in ASEAN. Now we would like to focus on cooperation, harmonizations of higher education in ASEAN, and there are many opportunities, but at the same time we are facing also challenges. We would like, first of all, to invite His Excellency Ambassador Ngurah Swajaya to provide us with the necessary information, explanation, and his experience, because he has been Indonesian diplomat for quite some time, more than 30 years experience, more than 30 years, and he has been also one of the architects of initiating the ASEAN Charter at that time. Pak Ngurah, thank you very much, and you have the floor, sir, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Ambassador Edi Pratomo. It's very difficult to get to that, to that destination. Ambassador, Professor. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and also I would like to thank IPB and UNPAD for this very important initiative, which is to bring closer the educational institutions to ASEAN. And I would like also to extend my warmest greetings to Bapak-Bapak Rectors and Dekan and the lecturer who also attend this event. And I would like also to warmly welcome my colleague from Malaysia and also ASEAN Secretariat to IPB in Bogor. Let me start just sharing 5 main topics. Well, of course, I'm not going to enter into very technical details in terms of the education, but based on our experience as the diplomat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and also involved for quite some time on the issue of ASEAN. So I think we need to also look back at the history in the past when ASEAN was first established. This is the first point. So how the ASEAN as organization now has been transforming from a very loose association at the beginning of its establishment. You know, when we learn about the establishment of ASEAN, of course, we cannot take it for granted, because that was really a very important lessons learned by all of the people all over ASEAN on how bitter, on how bad conflicts, proxy wars was all about. So when ASEAN was first established, of course, we understand fully that we are not homogeneous. We are so a lot of diversity among all of us in terms of the political system, legal system, and so many things. So we are not like what EU is all about now. So ASEAN was started with as a loose associations, and then of course, as a loose association, they don't want to enter into a very difficult political issue, security issue. So then they were started the collaboration among 5 founding members of ASEAN through cooperations like education. So in fact, it was started with how we can exchange lesson learned on developing educational system in each of the ASEAN member states. And now, of course, over the past more than 50 years, ASEAN has already been transformed from a loose association to become a rules-based and people-centered, which is based on the ASEAN Charter. When we look at the ASEAN Charter, at the beginning, at the preamble of the ASEAN Charter, it emphasizes on the importance of the people. So ASEAN, if it is not for the people, if it is not people-oriented, people-driven organization, of course, ASEAN is not going to be relevant. So now, after 50 years of its establishment, then ASEAN is thriving to become a regional organizations. When we are trying to compare regional organizations all over the world, of course, people will only talk about 1, European Union, number 2, ASEAN. So this is where we are now. And of course, education remains a very important component of the ASEAN cooperations. If you look at the purposes of the ASEAN Charter, it mentions about how we have to increase the capacity of human resources through education, how education should be promoted in different form of cooperations. So this is the first point I would like to make. The second point, of course, as an organization, we are not living in a vacuum. We are not immune to so many different challenges and dynamics. So we understand that ASEAN is facing both internal dynamics as well as external dynamics. So over the period of more than 5 decades, of course, internal dynamic is addressed if this is impacting other ASEAN member states, is addressed among the ASEAN member states internally through its own mechanism. If we are confronted with the external dynamics, as what we are now confronting in the context of the geopolitical competition, of course, ASEAN should be united. So yesterday, for the celebration of the ASEAN Day, when President gracing the event at the ASEAN Secretariat, riding MRT together with the ambassadors, And then I just read today's headlines in the newspaper. Jakarta Post is saying that, what was highlighted by Jakarta Post on the statement of the speech of the president was saying that, quoted by Jakarta Post, this big ship of ASEAN will still stay afloat, will continue to sail through various cooperation and collaborations, including also in particular educational cooperation in every form of cooperations. Kompas highlighted that ASEAN belum optimal dimanfaatkan. So ASEAN is not yet being utilized in an optimal way by all of the ASEAN member states, including also by the people. So conversation like what we have now is certainly something that we can learn the lessons from the speakers, from the conversations, and also it will determine where cooperation in terms of education, especially when we are talking about pentaholics, this is something that we can learn from each other. Whether we like it or not, whether we are aware or not, ASEAN started as only 5 founding members of ASEAN. The economic power was, people do not really look at ASEAN as a potential organization. But now, ASEAN collectively, in terms of the GDP, has already becoming the fourth largest economy in terms of GDP. After China, US, India, and ASEAN. And ASEAN is also becoming an organization that can maintain peace and stability despite the challenges that we are facing in terms of geopolitical competitions. On this aspect, perhaps, we can be more proud as compared to our friends in Europe. They have European Union, they cannot stop the war. And the war continues in Ukraine. And hopefully it will stop soon rather than deteriorate further. So economically, politically, security-wise, we are already taking the benefits of the ASEAN integration, ASEAN collaborations, involving younger generations, involving the educational sectors. Now, the third point I would like to make here, just very fast here. Of course, now ASEAN has been through a very difficult challenges, I think men ever know during our lifetime, the COVID-19 pandemic. And this COVID-19 pandemic is happening at the same time when we are at the height of the geopolitical tensions here in the region. So what lessons can we learn from this? Of course, the role of the educational institutions, the role of knowledge, science is very important. At the same time, we are also facing a very fast transformation in terms of technology. We are facing most significant challenge of climate change. This requires a very comprehensive collaboration among all of the institutions. And I would like to emphasize again here, because we are in the middle of the educational institutions, education is certainly playing an important role. The fourth point I would like to make is, of course, we are now moving to past millennia era, where we have sometime, if we have family, we have teenagers in the families. So people are talking about Gen Z, Generation Z. So we sometimes do not understand each other. So this is the fact that we are facing. Technology perhaps driven the way they think. And I think harmonizing, collaboration through education, understanding different emphasis of education, bringing ASEAN more advanced in terms of technology, science-based knowledge is certainly one of the most important challenges that we are all facing in the future. The last point, ASEAN is very famous, and I think this is the strength of ASEAN. ASEAN always provide a platform for collaboration, always provide a platform of dialogue. We believe in dialogue, we believe in collaboration. We don't believe in competition that lead to conflicts. And that is the reason why I think we are very happy to have our colleague from the dialogue partners also to speak together with us here and trying to give their experience, on how education in terms of Pentaholic can be also promoted, and how can we have a conversation where this will lead into a collaboration in education. So I think, Professor Eddie, I would like to stop here, and of course, we look forward for the conversation that we are going to have. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Ambassador Ngurah Swadjaya, for his perspective. It was 5 points that are mentioned specifically by Ambassador Ngurah Swadjaya, and we took note of that important points that need to be further explored and discussed. Before I give the floor to another speaker, let me now invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Ilah Saila to please welcome. Professor Ilah is our discussion, and she is now a professor of agro-industrial technology at IPB University. Thank you, Ibu Ilah, for joining us. And I will give Ibu Ilah comments and opportunity to respond and to give questions to all the panelists. I would now like to invite Ambassador of Malaysia, His Excellency Ambassador Isa, Nur Isa, and we will listen very carefully the perspective that you are going to speak under the theme of cooperation and harmonization in the ASEAN higher education issues. The floor is yours.
Thank you, panel chair, Ambassador Professor Dr. Eddie Pratomo. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon to all the Bapak-Bapak Rector and the professors, and I understand everyone here is an expert in the education field except those few of us who are just a diplomat. So I'll try my best to give my perspective on this topic. I basically will not touch into the detail because I think I have a colleague from ASEAN Secretariat who knows more than me on every technical and progress of all the work plan in ASEAN in harmonizing or cooperation in education field. What my focus today will be generally talking, why do we need harmonization in the cooperation of education in ASEAN, and what benefits it brings to us, and also what are the challenges and opportunities I see it from my perspective. I hope what I mentioned in the next few minutes will be useful. It could be, because I'm not too sure, maybe all these experts know better than me, but this is just my personal perspective. I have left school for many years ago, and I don't have children in school, so I hope what I mentioned is still relevant, or if there is still challenges, I think I'm quite positive that we do have opportunities in that sense. So first, I think thank you, Pak Ngurah, who have gave us an overview on the development of ASEAN and why is it education as one of the important pillars in our cooperation. So for me, there is one vision in ASEAN. In the process, although we are very diverse, we are embarking on a journey into an ASEAN community building with a one vision, one identity. That is our common shared vision. So in doing this, that is why I think harmonization of education is important, because it will help to generate or to foster higher level of understanding, a sense of shared purpose and common destiny in a highly globalized world among us in this ASEAN. So of course, as ASEAN is growing and growing fast in this last 2 decades, I think there is a need for us to set up a common space for higher education, because to sustain the progress of growth in ASEAN, we need to have a very strong knowledge-based society. So that is why I think harmonization of education is important, because not only it will increase mobility among students, professionals in the education fields, it also widens the access and choices for children, for our younger generations, in doing what they want to do and what they think is important
Excuse me, Excellency. We would like to welcome Ambassador of Australia. Welcome on board. Ambassador Will Narkesin. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Thank you, Ibu Ambassador. Please proceed your presentations.
Sorry. Continue on. As I say, why we need harmonizing of education is because we need to also find common strength among us in enhancing collaboration in research and also academic research that will help us to sustain the progress and growth of ASEAN. And in that sense, I think it is a common goal for every country in ASEAN in order to progress positively, we need to invest a lot on the human capital. So I think these are all important, and as we are able to progress, as our education sector manage to progress, then I think it will increase our international competitiveness in the global world. So that is what I think harmonization of education can bring. But anyway, I have to stress that talking about harmonization of education doesn't mean we are talking about standardization. I do not think we should standardize, because every 10 members ASEAN countries, we are all unique in our own sense, and education serves the purpose of our national interest. So you need to maintain that uniqueness. So I'm not talking about standardization, but generally to me it's like we need to have create some kind of like a general guideline for the education practitioners or university, that they are able to, how do I put it, we just want to have a common guidelines that will help to promote higher learning, and in doing this harmonization, because we want our children or our students or professionals in the field to have a lot more exchanges. So we need to have a special guide, a general guideline that will help to sort of like set up similar degree cycle or the degree framework, right? For example, if you're talking about profession in engineer, what kind of basic courses you need, regardless whether you pursue your engineering degree in Indonesia or Malaysia or elsewhere, you need to have a general framework of what an engineer student should study. And then and because if we have this, to me, a general academic structure or framework, then it will help when we talk about encouraging exchanges of students or professors, then it is easy to encourage them to do this credit point transfer. I hope I get that correct. Yeah, it's credit hour transfers, this credit systems. And then also in that case, in terms of assessment, then you must have a general guidelines on how do we do quality assurance of each degree offered by different universities in different member states. In saying so, I would then come to the point that some of the challenges I see. We think harmonization of education is important, but then there are still some barriers, especially the 10 ASEAN countries, we each have our own national language. In some like Malaysia, we have Bahasa Melayu as our first language, but we have English as our second language. But in some other countries, their second language could be English or could be French system because coming from the colonialization history. So the differences in languages could pose one basic challenges in the process of harmonization, because I often see, even though there's a lot more scholarships or opportunity of exchanges is ongoing, but I can still see students are quite reserved in this sense. A lot of students will just choose Singapore or Malaysia, rather than, even though we encourage them to go to Thailand or Vietnam, but it's not their choice, because then they will be worrying about the language ability that they have. And also second thing is, to me, it's also the adjustment problem, because sometimes when you do not harmonize, then it is quite difficult. We encourage students to do the exchange because they cannot transfer their credit. And then when they go to a university in another country, that you usually face the problem of the structure of teaching is different, the syllabus is different, so it will be quite difficult for students to do so. And then there will be also, as I say, everyone want to protect their uniqueness in their education, but in this case also it could pose, we call it a difficulty for nation to have a common standard, because it's very difficult then in the negotiation to coming out with a common standards. And then there is also this prejudice, as in some country will think my standard is better than the less developed country. So these are traditional prejudice that we need to put aside. And of course, there are also disparity in terms of this quality assurance system, because I know some countries are very advanced. We have our own national quality assurance agency, but some member states are probably still in the process of developing. So there is this big gap that we need to address before we talk about harmonization. And then, but in terms of opportunity, I'm quite positive, because to me, as Pak Ngurah have said, ASEAN offered a very good platform for cooperations. So we do have a lot of, mechanism, not only within ASEAN, but also intra-ASEAN, or also with dialogue partners like Australia and many others, because we have 11 dialogue partners, we have several sectoral partners, we have also development partners in this sense. Bilaterally also we do have, and then with the increased usage, and I noticed some of the non-traditional English-speaking country among ASEAN member states, they are already picking up. So their command of English is improving, which will help, to me, a positive point in us doing this harmonization. And then also with the technology advancement, I think COVID-19 gave us a very good experience, because now we started to realize instead of physical mobility, we could also consider digital or virtual learning through online or through technology. So all this will help us to, I think, will ease the process of us going through the harmonization process. And last but not least, I think every nation in this region knows that we need to progress. Everyone is talking about stability and prosperity. And to do so, you invest a lot on your capital, human capital, and therefore there is a lot of participation. I think every government is spending a lot of your budget into advancing the sector of education. So in this case, there is a lot of stakeholder who is more than willing to come on board to work with the government, the private sector, and I think in that sense, the harmonization of education cooperation in ASEAN is not too far. But of course, there are still some work to be done. But I stay very optimistic on this. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, Ambassador Noriza, for your perspective, especially how to differentiate between harmonization and standardizations. It is very much important that we are facing challenges, but at the same time, we are quite optimistic as ASEAN in one unity, people-centered organization, then we may have to achieve something that you are proposing today. Thank you very much once again. I would now give the floor to the third speaker, Dr. Roger Chow, the Session Director for Education. As I mentioned earlier, that you are quite having a good competencies and qualification to discuss about the higher education in ASEAN. And we would like to have you 7 minutes, please. You have the floor, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, fellow panelists, ambassadors, excellencies, delegates, and participants. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Higher education and regional integration of higher education are close to my heart, so I'm happy to share. So I'll be coming to you from 3 different hats. One as in my capacity as Head of Education, Youth and Sports at the ASEAN Secretariat. Second, as an International Education Development Consultant who is an expert in higher education. Third, as a member of the Internationalization of Higher Education panel of eminent experts from the Commission of Higher Education in the Philippines. Now, where are we now? We're talking about cooperation and harmonization, but before we talk about that, let's frame the challenge and the developments that needs to be highlighted. First, the quality of higher education has been deteriorating because there has been a shift from elite to massification of education. So there, as you see, there are more and more students graduating from secondary school and moving towards bachelor's, master's, and even PhD. So the significant inflow of new students or quantity of students in the higher education system has deterred the quality. And this has been discussed significantly by various scholars, including myself. Second issue is financing. As like 3-4 decades ago, public higher education has significantly been funded by state or the public finance. The past 2 decades has seen a shift of public funding of public higher education. Okay, the shift towards what we would call privatization of public higher education has been ongoing, and there are a lot of key research on that, including from Tony Welch from University of Sydney. Third aspect is digital transformation. We're talking about the 4th Industrial Revolution. I have repeatedly mentioned in some of my talks that we are no longer in the 4th Industrial Revolution. As early as 2014, the former regional director of Microsoft Asia Pacific mentioned that we're probably already on the 5th or minimum 4.5. And when we talk about higher education, we need to look into not now, not addressing the challenge now, but how to ensure that the changes and transformation we do in the higher education sector or in education in general will be sustained. So we need to look at adaptability, flexibility, relevance, and enhanced quality. Because quality, what is quality education now is not quality education 10 years or 20 years from now. The Minister of Education from Singapore during last year's ministerial education ministers meeting highlighted and put forth a very important and relevant question. How sure are we that higher education qualifications are still relevant 20, 30 years from now? Singapore is embarking and shifting from a qualifications passport to a skills or competency passport, which is basically a portfolio of skills and competencies. Higher education and education in general has shifted towards outcomes-based teaching and learning. We've talked about competency-based curriculum. And, you know, last year I heard that Singapore asked this question and I was struck. Okay. Fourth, we have not addressed the key issue of inclusive, equitable quality education so far. This has been an ongoing problem globally and in our countries. No matter if you're upper income country or lower income country, we have not completely eliminated or addressed the need for inclusive, equitable quality education for all, and higher education in particular. So putting these key aspects on the table, why do we need to look into cooperation and harmonization, and what has the ASEAN region and its dialogue partners have been doing to collaborate and harmonize higher education? Earlier, there was a mention of the 2015 Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, which looks into strengthening collaboration of higher education in the ASEAN region. Okay. Since 2000, early 2000 or even late 1990s, the various regional frameworks has been developed. First, ASEAN University Network, Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization has been established as early as 1965, right? 1965. That already started the collaboration in Southeast Asia in terms of education, not just in higher education. The next issue is, oh, I have 1 minute left? Okay. Okay. We take note, we have launched the roadmap on ASEAN higher education space last year in July during, in Hanoi. And we are going to get funding from Europe to continue the EU Share program, but on another name and under the connectivity package. We will get support from the British Council for Higher Education. It's a blank piece of paper yet. However, we need to look into key aspects of building resilience, enhancing inclusive quality higher education for all, and most importantly, enhancing innovative, sustainable funding for higher education, and collaborating to make the ASEAN higher education space. And take note, we are also in the process of developing the ASEAN Simeo Declaration on a common higher education space in Southeast Asia, because Southeast Asia is our region as well, right? We are Southeast Asia, we are ASEAN. So basically, with Timor-Leste becoming observer status, we will basically have the same member states sooner or later. So we had endorsement to develop it, so we are in the process. We're looking at, hoping to get it endorsed next year. Adopted, actually. So, to put the message forward, the various frameworks are there. We need to operationalize it, but we also need to update it and revise it. The ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework has been developed probably in 2015. That was before the significant developments and utilization of digital technologies, MOOCs, virtual mobility and stuff, so it needs to be revisited and revised. Assessment procedures, quality assessments and something. There's a lot of things to be done. But collaboration from different ASEAN member states with donor partners, donor countries and dialogue partners and various organizations, we can make it happen. So basically I'll stop there. I actually have so much more to say, but I don't have the time. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Roger Chow, for your enlightenment on how to deal with the questions of harmonization and cooperations in the era of digital transformations, and how do we need to have an equitable quality of education in ASEAN. Those are some points that I took note of your presentation. I would now like to continue with inviting Ambassador Will of Australia. Ambassador, we have 7 minutes, and if you can just brief us on the Australian position with regard to the topic that under discussion today. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the organisers for inviting me along. It's great to be here. Great to be here with my fellow panelists, including Nura, Ambassador Michu, Dr. Roger, and to meet new friends as well. Thanks very much for accommodating me in this panel due to some last-minute adjustments, but it's really good to be here. Chair, I'll talk a bit about the Australian perspective, of course. You know, Australia's really deeply committed to deepening engagement with ASEAN. We have very strong connections, people-to-people connections, business connections, connections through communities, through tourism. But education is really, you know, at the core, I think, of many of those connections. The long-standing, deep connections between education institutions, the students we welcome to Australia each year, the Australian students that study in Southeast Asia each year, really add to the fabric of relations, of trust, of understanding between Australia and ASEAN member states. ASEAN is Australia's second largest trading partner, so Australia trades more with ASEAN than we do with Japan or the United States or the European Union, and education is such an important aspect of that trade, and it's an area where we see huge potential when we look forward. What I would like to cover in my 7 minutes, Chair, is first to just talk a little bit about Australia's higher education system, some of its strengths and some of the things about it that may be applicable to ASEAN member states. Then I'll talk briefly about our international collaboration, then about deepening education partnerships, and then I'll just talk a little bit about some of our scholarships programs with ASEAN and some of our education partnerships with Indonesia. So just starting with Australia's education system. So our education system higher education system comprises around 43 universities, both public and private. And of the world's top 50 universities, we have 4 in the top 50 and 7 in the world's top 100. And just under half of Australia's population, 48%, of those employed in Australia, including migrants, hold a tertiary qualification. One of the real strengths and I think key features of Australia's higher education system is its affordability for domestic students. So the Australian government subsidises tuition costs for domestic students across a wide variety of fields, and that's really to encourage more enrolments in areas where we have regular skills gaps. So especially science and technology, engineering and maths, allied health, foreign languages, agriculture and teaching. Another real strength of Australia's education system is the involvement of industry in the design of our courses. So industry plays a key role in determining the curriculum and courses that are offered. Of course, the institutions themselves and the governments have the final say, but they consult with industry bodies who have a really strong say, which means strong connection between what's offered in classrooms and in university lecture halls and the demand that's coming from industry. So the second thing I wanted to cover was international collaboration. And this is a huge feature of the Australian higher education system. We host huge numbers of international researchers and partner with many universities from right across the Indo-Pacific region, including many in ASEAN member states and many in Indonesia. So over the decades, Australian research teams, in partnership with international partners, including from the region and international researchers, have developed some really cutting-edge innovation. So some examples of things developed by Australian research teams are Wi-Fi, penicillin, the cochlear implant to allow people with hearing issues to be able to hear, the black box flight recorder, and the Gardasil cervical cancer vaccine. And international education is a really vital part of Australia's society. It brings people together, and it's really central to building that understanding and people-to-people links that I was talking about at the start of this presentation. In terms of why people come to Australia, a few reasons really stand out. Well, the quality of our education system, livable cities, truly multicultural societies, really strong student protection mechanisms, and then of course employment opportunities and strong graduate outcomes. The next thing I wanted to cover, and this will link in with some of the things Ambassador Michu was talking about and Dr. Roger, deepening education partnerships in Southeast Asia. So we know that ASEAN is currently looking at the education post-2025 agenda, and we know you're looking at things like key issues like lifelong learning, employability, how to embrace innovation, transformative approaches to education. And we think Australia is really well positioned to support you and to share experience and innovations in those areas. So some of our core policies on international education are reducing barriers to trade and education services, growing collaboration with international partners, growing research cooperation and mobility, including by strengthening bilateral research relationships with individual ASEAN member states, and encouraging, and going directly to what Ambassador Michu was talking about, encouraging qualification and course recognition through multilateral fora, including importantly for short courses and micro-credentials. So progressing the ASEAN qualifications reference framework will be a really important part of that process. We've been a really long supporter of AQRF through our regional programs, and we will continue to support as appropriate. Look, I think I'm close to my 7 minutes, so maybe I'll just close with a couple of references to scholarships. When Australia started talking to ASEAN about becoming a comprehensive strategic partner of ASEAN, something we achieved in 2021, of the three big things that ASEAN member states talked about, where the areas where they wanted to deepen cooperation, the first was scholarships, and the second was technical and vocational education and training. So we listened really carefully to those priorities and announced upon becoming comprehensive strategic partners a new scholarships program, Oz for ASEAN scholarships, And those scholarships are designed for study in areas specifically that advance implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So designed specifically to support the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Most of those 100 scholars are in Australia studying at the moment in fields that advance the AOIP, master's level study in Australia's top education institutions. The second, technical and vocational education and training, led to the development of the Australia for ASEAN Digital Transformation and Future Skills Initiative. This is focused on technical and vocational education and training, but really it's about ensuring labour forces will have the skills that they need for the economies of the future. Over 100 scholars have studied in Australia, studied short courses in Australia, completed short courses under that program. And we're about to hold the next range of courses on green skills and new technologies. Chair, there's so much more I could say, but why don't I leave it there, because I think I'm close to the 7 minutes, and look forward to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wolf, for your overview, especially on the education system of higher education in Australia, and there are also some proposals that you are going to make, especially on the scholarship for ASEAN students. And you mentioned very specifically about the involvement of industries in higher education. That is something which is very much important to be explored in the next questions. Well, before I give the floor to our discussion, Professor Ila, I would like to ask the organizing committee if we can see the video that has been prepared by Dr. Habibul Abdurrahim for her presentations. Would it be possible to show the presentation that has been kindly prepared by Ibu Habibah?
Good day, everyone. I am delighted to participate in the ASEAN Higher Education Conference 2023 and share some perspectives of CMIO for this panel. Higher education systems across much of Asia have made extraordinary gains in expanding access, diversifying curricula, and experimenting with new instructional delivery systems. According to UNESCO, in the year 2000, a total of 100.1 million students were enrolled at all levels of tertiary education, corresponding to a gross enrollment rate of 19.1%, and by 2020, this number more than doubled to 235.2 million, corresponding to a gross enrollment rate of 40.2%. The gross enrollment rate of students in higher education across East Asia and Southeast Asia, based on UNESCO, World Bank, and National Statistics 2023, tells us a few significant key points. The trend in the gross enrollment rate over 10 years from 2010 to 2020 in China, Hong Kong, Macau, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines has increased. China not only has become the major country for international students, but also the largest producer of research globally, surpassing the US. Based on the OECD review of tertiary education 2009, China has produced a total of 1.3 million researchers, and the number continues to increase. On the other hand, for countries that has reached almost saturation point, like Singapore, has shown a decline of 16%. Private higher education seems to have played a much more prominent role in the development of higher education in some jurisdictions than in others. Based on the findings by UNESCO, World Bank, and National Statistics 2030, the enrollment trends of private higher education in Southeast Asia and Southeast Asia has increased from 28% to 35% from 2000 to 2020. Global Education Monitoring Report on Private Higher Education 2021 also concurs that the substantial growth of private higher education institutions is a major phenomenon in East and Southeast Asia. According to the ASEAN Economic Policy Review 2023, the emerging challenge and probably the most concerning one, which is already occurring in Southeast Asia, is that higher education systems reaching a point where the supply needs to be reconsidered because the demand is likely stagnating at best or decreasing substantially at worst. Gross enrollment rates are reaching a maximum, and the number of students applying for higher education may have been reached or about to be reached. ASEAN Health Indicator Report 2012 predicted that Southeast Asia will become aging societies with more than 7% of the population is 65 or older in 20 years. The report also mentioned that Thailand and Singapore will become super age societies with more than 20% of the population is 65 or older. Demographic shifts will be most visible in Singapore, Thailand, Brunei, and Vietnam, with shrinking proportions of working age population. Thailand's proportion of working age population will drop to 63.8% in 2023, while the proportion of aged population will rise from 10.4% to 22.9% over the same period. University World News 2018 data reaffirmed the prediction by ASEAN Health Indicator Report 2012 for Thailand. At its peak in 2010, Thailand had some 2.5 million students enrolled in tertiary education. This has dropped 25% to a little over 2 million last year. The number is expected to drop another 50% in the next 3 to 5 years. Declining fertility rates also indicate that enrollments of the traditional entry-age students will likely decline in the coming years or decades. The Economist Intelligence Unit 2019 revealed that the fertility rate of Southeast Asia was 2.4 in 2015, falling from 5.5 in 1970. The fertility rate of 6 countries has also fallen to below replacement level from 2020 onwards. The remaining 4, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Laos PDR, remain above 2.1 as for now. Attracting students, in particular international students, on taking up courses via online could also be a contributing factor in reducing the number of students' enrollment in person in higher education institutions. Based on the State of Higher Education in Southeast Asia Report 2022, distance and online learning modalities have been increasingly pursued in the region as a cost-effective measure to further expand access to higher education. According to data from Statista 2022, the number of users of online education platforms in the Southeast Asia market will continue to rise until 2026, including online university education. Based on the OFDL survey carried out by CMIO in 2022, the participants and experts believe that there is a significant need to craft a regional framework for OFDL, which could be a standard guide for universities in Southeast Asia. On the other hand, there is growing evidence of mismatch between the skills required for current and future workforce and the skills of current employees, including those of recent graduates from various education institutions. Based on the OECD Skills Strategy Southeast Asia Report 2023, countries in Southeast Asia has underperformed in all items as compared to the OECD members. The further away from the core of the chart, the better the performance, as you can observe on the screen. OECD 2019 data indicated the field of study mismatches are significantly high in Singapore and Thailand. In addition to these current mismatches, ASEAN 2021 predicts that an estimated 6.6 million Southeast Asian workers will become redundant over the next decade as they are in jobs that will disappear due to technological advancements, highlighting the need for targeted career guidance support and more relevant reskilling and upskilling opportunities. Based on the figures from the UNESCO Institute for Statistics 2020 in the Times Higher Education 2022, there is an increasing share of ASEAN students migrating to European countries for higher education. Almost 2.5 million students in year 2019 migrated from Asia, reflecting on brain drain scenario as one of the impacts of students' migration, which continues to be a worry when students migrate globally. However, while most ASEAN students will opt for Western universities when envisioning international destinations, there are also growing numbers returning to ASEAN countries and their universities as shown on the graph. Almost 80% of growth in the international student market will come from ASEAN countries by the year 2025, according to Western Union Business Solutions Report 2022 on student mobility forecast. The usual countries that support markets, China and India, feature, but the appearance of Vietnam and Nepal as emerging players, even possibly superseding Germany, is surprising. Vietnam outbound students are set to increase by 4.6% between 2019 and 2025. Across Southeast Asia, Vietnam is expected to become a more influential outbound market in coming years. Influenced by globalization in the beginning of the 21st century, Southeast Asia has experienced a remarkable development of student mobility. The number of students studying abroad is increasing significantly, and the number of international students in Southeast Asia is gradually increasing. While international student mobility brings significant social and economic benefits to students and nations in the region, it is also imperative that students today must be agile learners, able to adapt and learn new things quickly in a new, fast-changing environment, especially in learning and managing the latest technological devices and its transformation. In line with trends, gains and challenges on and higher education, CMU has committed in its education agenda Priority Area 6 on promoting harmonization in higher education and research. We take the proactive role in providing the platforms for multilateral and intergovernmental dialogues to align higher education sectors and enhance resiliency and sustainability in Southeast Asia and beyond. One of our current initiatives is the ASEAN International Mobility for Students, or AIMS program, a CMU RIHET's flagship regional initiative to support the mobility of students and enhance cooperation in higher education among countries in Asia. CMU is also committed to working with higher education institutions through the provision of flexible, innovative, multidisciplinary, cross-border education and research collaboration parallel with the ASEAN Education Work Plan 2021 to 2025 and the roadmap of the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the Changing World of Work. On behalf of Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia, we have also delivered perspectives and ideas on supporting and strengthening the regional coordination mechanisms and linkages within the global education cooperation mechanisms during the high-level steering committee meeting this year in Paris. In line with slogan Unity and Stability through Collaboration and Cooperation, entrusted by the Vice President of the Philippines, Secretary of Education, and Senior Council President, Her Excellency Sara Zimmerman Duterte, we also strive to working closely with ASEAN and all our counterparts to provide strategic direction to our member countries and partners in our quest heading through higher education for Southeast Asia. What I have just shared here today is only the tip of iceberg on the trends and opportunities in higher education, and I believe much more can be analysed, especially in identifying and addressing the gaps in higher education in Southeast Asia. I believe regional cooperation is one of the key opportunities to strengthen and promote higher education in Southeast Asia. The policymakers and higher education practitioners should also embark on mutual learning opportunities to achieve our shared goals, partnership, and cooperation in higher education. Thank you.
Well, it was quite interesting statistic that has been prepared by Director of CIAMEO. We have now yes, so sorry. We thanks very much to the Director of CIAMEO, Dr. Habibah Abdurrahim, for very good data. And there has been some challenges ahead, but at the same time we have also opportunities, and we need to optimism because regional cooperation, according to her, is something which is very important. And we took note of the priority areas that need to be explored further by all of us, all stakeholders. And I would like now to invite our one and only discussion, Prof. Ila. We have many things, Prof. Ila, to discuss and to provide also your perspective, Prof. Ila. Prof. Ila, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Eddie. We already heard from the panelists about ASEAN, especially from Pak Ngurah, said about the story of ASEAN establishment at that time, and now already 50 years. ASEAN is a place for us as a unity in diversity, and also ASEAN has a power of economic in the world. This is the fourth, right? The fourth economic of in economy. Also, ASEAN has one vision and one identity. We always talk about the harmonization, why it is important, and Ibu Nur Iza has already mentioned about the importance of the harmonization in ASEAN, especially in higher education. Not only for standardized education, but for guidelines or maybe a degree framework. As we know that until now, we discuss a lot of ASEAN qualification reference framework. And now we are in the middle of the discussion in National Qualification Board in Indonesia. And as we know that the ASEAN qualification reference framework also supported by Australia. And thank you to Australia because at that time Indonesia also has assistance from Australia to establish IQF. And then by using the working group at that time, we also discuss a lot of recognition of the degree in Indonesia from Australian graduates. After that, Australian changed a lot of things for Australian qualification framework. So this is a good, I think, good move, yeah, for qualification also in ASEAN. Quality system, yes, we agree. Then we also have a lot of discussion in quality system and technology advancement. Especially, we discuss a lot how to achieve that. And the opportunity, we have a lot of opportunity to collaborate in ASEAN, especially in the scholarship. We have massive incoming student. from many countries out of ASEAN, but how we can be sure that qualification still need in maybe 5 or 10 more years when we collaborate and also has student mobility in ASEAN. Why we need to strengthening the collaboration? Because we need a lot of help, a lot of information changing, information mobility, not only people mobility, but has to be established the institution role model. When we talk a lot of agreement or declaration of education in ASEAN, the implementation is very hard because of institutionally is not well established. This is depend on the leaders at the time. When we put the declaration into the something like regulation or policy in each country, maybe it can be done, like student mobility at this time. Because the mobility started with the Malaysian, Indonesian, and Thailand mobility in 2010. Then when this program can be institutionalized by each country, then we can see now become developed until we can also recognize Japan into ASEAN International Mobility for Students. Supporting from Australia, we appreciate it, especially in the scholarship. Many scholarship get from Australia to ASEAN country. And we use also the development of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and also agriculture. However, how to involve the industry in higher education more deeply or more wide? Until now, when we use or when we talk about the student mobility, the student is staying in the campus. It's very difficult when we talk in the European Union and we also talk about the ASEAN. Yeah, we try to involve the students to come to industry, but it's very difficult. Why not we start with ASEAN first for student mobility, but in industry? We try in my program at the moment, we try to send the students to abroad for working in industry. But when they come back, they formalize the experience in the format of the report, academic report, so we can recognize it. Thank you also to Australia to have working holiday in Australia. That's help students in Indonesia a lot, because from that experience that they can recognize deeply about the culture and also the community. We don't have any community services in ASEAN at the moment. So we want to have this one as a mobility for the students, but not for the classroom, something like that, or academic courses, but this is like community services to the community, real community. So we can try to have that, maybe try with the 3 or 4 countries to have the mobility in community services. I think the question is for the participant is, maybe the participant in this room can raise also the needs of collaboration in ASEAN. What is the need actually? What is the uniqueness that you have to collaborate with ASEAN economic? In this case also, Pak Roger already mentioned about the digital transformation. When we see the slide from Ibu Habibah, online learning is increased at the moment. So we can also maybe increase the opportunity for digital learning, not like online learning with Zoom, something like that, but this is the digital learning with something device that can motivate the students to learn something different. I think digital transformation in higher education is very urgent to establish at the moment. To make agile learner is not learner only in the capacity of the how to get the new knowledge, but how to motivate more to the students to be agile learner. I think Pak Edi, my voice is problem.
Take your time, Ibu.
think,
We still just stay relaxed
yeah,
and
I
sit
think,
back.
that one is the my idea for and adapt with the panelists.
Well, thank you once again, Ibu Prof. Ila. Clap hands to Ibu. It was quite interesting statement and perspective from Prof. Ila, especially on the when you are referring to the declaration and agreement. Sometimes it has been quite difficult to implement. Yes, because implementation is something which is concrete. We have many declarations, and as been mentioned by previous speakers this morning, there was also a Kuala Lumpur declaration on the roadmap for the higher education cooperation among ASEAN countries. But we would like to know what is in practice, what is in fact the implementation on the ground. We have now Ambassador Ngurah, Ambassador Nur Iza, we have also Dr. Roger and Ambassador Will. Australian has been mentioned many times by Ibu Prof. Ila, especially on your contribution for the scholarship, especially for the ASEAN mobility students. And we would like to have some comments, maybe starting from Ambassador Ngurah. Pak Ngurah, if there is anything to add, Pak, please.
Thank you, Prof. Eddie. So, based on the conversation that each of the panelists have, certainly one of the common ideas here, of course, the potential of cooperation on education through various programs, distant learning, whatever I mentioned earlier, I think is very potential and should be promoted further. Bringing the ambassadors to the educational institutions, meaning an enhanced interactions between academic institutions and those who are promoting collaboration is certainly very, very important. So moving forward, I mentioned in my presentation earlier about the challenges, about what we are going to face in the future. So a number of common thematic issues that is now becoming a common issues of global concern that require also to be supported by the academic institutions are, I'm not going to mention all of them, but some of very important issues that need to be highlighted, and where the politician, diplomats, educational institutions, lecturers can focus on. First, of course, on the issue of food security. I think we are now all facing these common challenges with the global phenomenon affecting by the climate change. Food security, and we happen to be here in IPB, Institut Pertanian Bogor. It has a very important roles in trying to promote research, exchange of informations in order to enhance food security facing the common challenges that we are now facing together. And this is one of the thematic issues that need to be enhanced further. We just passed through this COVID-19 pandemic. Public health is also something give us a very important lessons. At the beginning of the pandemic, we all know that a face mask that we can easily find now was not available at the beginning of the pandemic. And people are struggling to find. And then people are talking about diversification of supply chains because of that. Diversification of center of productions of pharmaceutical industries. I think this is also something, the common thematic issues that we need to focus on in the enhancing the educational higher learning collaboration in ASEAN. On food security, I think the leaders will also issue a declaration on enhancing food security in the upcoming ASEAN Summit. And number three, of course, we are talking about digitalization of everything. So when this technology is advancing further at a speed that we cannot even imagine before, now we just had a discussion on how artificial intelligence will overcome the domination of human being. Then people are starting to talk about whether we need to have an international rules on artificial intelligence. I think this is also something that not only from the technological dimension, but also in terms of rules and regulations on how we will be able to utilize this technology for the well-being of humanity. I remember at the beginning, I was in New York at that time. There was no Facebook, there was no Google, there was no artificial intelligence. What we have at that time was only Bill Gates was on the rise with Microsoft. People are talking about digital divide, how to use digital technology for mankind, for education, for everything. So now we are already in a speed that we cannot even imagine before. And now we are afraid of the technology that we invented together. The other point I would like also to highlight is about green infrastructure. Indonesia, and I think all of the ASEAN member states are very focused on infrastructure development. And now the thematic issue is also how we can make it greener, how we can make it more sustainable. And this is where the educational cooperation, higher education can also promote it. So with a more enhanced connectivity we have, not only within ASEAN, but also between, now we are talking about a bigger, a bigger geographical scope, Indo-Pacific, take for example. Indonesia will organize the first ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum. This is a forum where we are not going to focus, we know that there is a political issue, security issue, but we would like to focus on potential cooperation of common interests on economy, on technology, on energy transition, and so on and so forth. So this will enhance more connectivity among the people in the region. And also we are also having more and more comprehensive economic partnership agreement between ASEAN and all of its dialogue partners, and going to expand further. So then there will be also implication, there will be also sectors where the educational institution can also support. So I just would like to highlight that, Professor Eddie. Thank you very much.
Once again, Ambassador Ngurah Swajaya, thank you very much for the enlightenment, especially on the Indonesia's role in the near future, especially with regard to the higher education, cooperation and harmonization in ASEAN. I have been told by the committee that we still have 6 minutes to discuss. I would like to invite the 3 other speakers to say maybe a short statement that is very important for us, especially for the organizing committee, to take note what are in fact the opportunities that we still have under this agenda item. Ambassador Noor, please.
Thank you, Professor Eddie. Listening to the presentation from my panelists here with me, and also to the presentation online, I find a little bit shocking. There are some gaps. The understanding that we have, who are not the practitioner, and with some of those who are really working on the education field, I find some of the statistics just now really very, it's the first time I hear it, and probably I'm not aware. But knowing all this, I would think dialogue like this between practitioners and non-practitioners is very important. Although I'm just a diplomat, but hearing from those practitioners what is the problem they face on the ground, I understand those gaps and those needs, and that helps, that gave me a good feedback. When we connect with people's, like our partners or our friends from across the world, it gave us a better understanding on how do we connect the dot in between. So I would love to hear from the people on the floor, as in what do they suggest us that as a diplomat we could help them in fulfilling their role and their things. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I would like to convey the message to the participants. We need at least one question from the floor, especially from the practitioners. We have Pak Rector from IPB, we have also another rector from UNTAN, Vice Rector of UNPAD, and maybe other lecturers. If there is something that need to be more explored, I would like to, very happy to listen to that questions, comments, or maybe inputs. To the speakers, please. Kalau ada, 1, 2, please. So we would like to listen also from them, right? The participants. Yes, please, you have the floor. Please identify your name and yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Zul Hamzah Imran from the Simeo Biotrop, one of the regional center in Indonesia. We know that we have 7 centers in Indonesia. So regarding to presentation, yeah, we know that the Simeo is really concerned and focused on the education, right? So we know that the Indonesia also has the ASEAN Secretariat. Yeah, we know that. So in my concern is how to strengthen collaboration and partnership among the Simeo, at least Simeo Center in Indonesia, with the Secretariat, how to develop and how to enhance the education in Indonesia, especially in the border area. For example, in the Malaysia and Indonesia border and Philippines Indonesia border, including Timor-Leste Indonesia. Simeo has the education development for the border countries. Yeah, so yeah, we need to engage a little bit how to enhance and strengthening our collaboration and partnership in the future. Yeah, so we need the mechanism. Yeah, we need all, at least in Indonesia and Secretariat of the ASEAN. Thank you.
Well, that was good question, and we have a very competent person from ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Chow, please.
Thank you for the question. Well, the past years, take note, I only joined the Secretariat October 2021, but since I joined, there has been ongoing meetings twice a year, ASEAN Simeo coordination meeting, where we discuss what we're doing, outcome documents, initiatives, and the last coordination meeting we had, I think, was in March, if I remember right. We discussed having informal technical working committees on key thematic areas. Okay, that's one aspect. So we're collaborating, we're talking, and since last year, we have been working closely together, doing joint events together with partners from the UN system, UNESCO and UNICEF, even some other UN agencies as well. Now, on the practical level, we have been working with Simeo RIHED. That's why they together with Simeo RIHED and other key stakeholders in higher education, we developed the roadmap and we launched it last year. The draft, we are also in the process of developing the ASEAN Simeo Declaration on Common Higher Education Space in Southeast Asia. There was a drafting team developed to write the concept note, key areas, and we are still collaborating. Outside of higher education, we're also collaborating with Simeo CSEP, which we just finished co-organizing together with MOE Indonesia, and developed. We got the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Early Childhood Care and Education, endorsed by the ASEAN Ministers of Education. It will go all the way to the summit. So we have been working together, and we expect stronger collaboration because Simeo and the Simeo centers have their strengths. ASEAN Secretariat, the education sector, have our strengths, and we have our partners as well, dialogue partners. Simeo has dialogue partners. We work together first for effective resource mobilization, because we don't want to do things, we don't want to do the same thing a number of times. Second, to increase reach and impact on the ground. So that's why we're significantly working together, not just Simeo and ASEAN, including partners, donors, implementing agencies, UN agencies, and other regional organizations. So I hope I answered the question.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chow, for a very good response. And I still have Ambassador Will, if anything to add, please.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I can be very quick. the key takeout for me is how the potential for Australia to partner on all of the issues, or many of the issues that have come up in the discussion. And I can just give 3 examples. So our discussant talked about people mobility, but also institutional mobility. And I think one of the exciting outcomes on this actually happened at our annual leaders meeting, in which President Jokowi traveled to Australia just a couple of months ago, where along with Prime Minister Albanese, President Jokowi announced that Deakin, West Sydney University and Central Queensland University intend to establish campuses in Bandung, Surabaya and Balikpapan respectively, in addition to Monash, which opened in Jakarta in 2022. So really, really tangible examples, I think, of that institutional mobility. Pak Nura talked about food security and the forthcoming ASEAN statement on food security. We're also talking about the possibility of an ASEAN-Australia statement on food security. And I think a really important focus of that will be research. Australia has an educational research institution called the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, which is working very closely with the Secretariat and with ASEAN member states on agricultural research, and is part of a big program which is really about developing more resilient food systems. So the importance of agricultural research to that food security equation, which is becoming more and more important and crucial, as Ambassador Nura mentioned. Finally, just on digital transformation and new technology, we've talked about some of the trends that are really challenging us. There are real opportunities, but also risks. Things like biometrics, cloud computing, mobile learning, big data information, learning analytics, and importantly, Ambassador Nura mentioned artificial intelligence. Well, these are all things that the Australian education system is grappling with. And to give you one example on artificial intelligence, Australia's House of Representatives Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training has announced an inquiry into artificial intelligence, looking at the opportunities but also the risks, and including, it's been tasked to come up with recommendations on managing those risks and seizing the opportunities, including in the area of standards. So once, I know that ASEAN is looking at this question of artificial intelligence, so I'm sure Australia will be very willing and keen to share findings, recommendations and so on, and have an exchange, because I think we're all struggling with the pace and working out how to deal with these issues. So the more we share experiences and learn from each other's experiences, the better. So just to underscore Australia's really strong commitment, those were just 3 examples, but to continue to work with ASEAN to address these sorts of challenges in higher education. We're now comprehensive strategic partners. We have new tools to enable us to work in cooperation, and certainly very strong commitment from my government to work together in partnership to address these issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much once again to all panelists and Prof. Ila as discussion. Is there anything, Prof. Ila, that you want to take the floor, please?
As we have already established the master plan of ASEAN connectivity at the moment, then we also do the ASEAN working group, ASEAN higher education space, and ASEAN branded scholarship. And ASEAN is working for community, right? So I just want to know from the participants if are they ready for student mobility, but in the community services? As Pak Ngurah said, that we have common issues of food security, public health, supply chains, digitalization, and sustainability. Pak Edi, I just want to know from the audience whether the university is ready to send or to establish the program mobility learning from ASEAN students for the program of learning from community and learning for community. So this is just issues of another issues of student mobility.
Yes, Profila. Profila is asking from the floor if there is any to respond to her concerns on students mobility in ASEAN. Silahkan kalau ada. Do you have still any comments, response? If not, then I will give Dr. Chow to have 1 minute or 2 minutes comments, please.
I'd like to leave some words for the higher education community and stakeholders. First, the role of higher education is extremely important, in particular for ASEAN community building, because we are developing the capacity for the youth and our leaders to engage meaningfully and contribute to ASEAN community building. As such, we also are engaged in relation to the global issues, as mentioned by our ambassador from Australia. Key issues such as sustainable development and global warming, climate change issues. So the last point is that, as mentioned earlier, the research produced by higher education institutions, professors, students, and researchers contribute significantly to evidence-based policymaking. So as such, I would like to encourage you to continue doing significant action research and policy-based research that provides evidence for policy-based research. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much once again to all speakers, all panelists, and let us give a big hands to all the speakers. Well, thank you very much once again on behalf of the chair and the organizing committee. We would like to thank once again for their presence and their thoughts, views on the topic, which is very important to all of us. And we would like to once again express my appreciation to IPB, UNPAD, and member of the Council Rector of the Indonesian State University who are present and organize this very important gathering. Thank you once again. And one motto, I think that next round of the meeting, I think we need to have another round of this meeting. Maybe next 2 years, next 1 year, because this is very much important according to Ibu Hila, that we need to implement what we have already agreed upon in this very important gathering, and the implementation is very much important, and we would like to say that maybe in the future we need one topic, how to promote ASEAN growth, education, and harmony in the future. Thank you once again, and back to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our moderators today, and thank you so much to all the speakers. It's such a fruitful meeting and session. Okay, before you leave the stage, I want to invite the Vice Rector for Planning and Organization from Universitas Padjadjaran, Professor Yan, to please kindly can give a token of appreciations. So first, he will give to our moderators today is Professor Dr. Edi Pratomo. It's such a excellence moderator for today's. Okay, and second, to the Excellency Ambassador I Gede Ngurah Swajaya. And the next, to Her Excellency Ambassador Nur Iza Wong Mishu. Thank you so much. And next, thank you very much to Dr. Roger Waichao. Thank you so much. And next to Mr. Will Nankervis from Australia. Thank you so much. And of course, for our discussant, Profesor Ila Saila. Terima kasih banyak. Ya, setelah ini kami persilakan Bapak, sebelumnya kita akan bergabung untuk bisa berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Mengundang mungkin untuk Bapak Ibu, Pak Rektor untuk bisa bergabung. Kita melakukan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Okay, with an A sign, sorry, and the second with A sign, AHEC 2023. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, thank you so much to all the speakers and moderators. Thank you so much. And sure, we want to take a photo together again with all the ambassadors. Yeah, okay, we invite maybe the all VIPs and the ambassadors. And with all the excellencies and all the ambassadors, you may have a photo session again once again. A for AHEC 2023. Okay. All right, thank you so much to all the excellencies. Thank you so much to all the excellencies, and you may leave the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our session, but before that, before we move to the next session, is our third panel session. We want to serve you a special performance by IPB All-Star. Please enjoy.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So this is actually a Sundanese song that we actually really like. So please enjoy. Saat ngapung luhur Jawa di awang-awang, beber kenjang janda bangun taya karinang, sekundar ngua sejeng matuk nengalep, ngapak mega barihi bener tarik nyuruh.
Saha anu bisa nyusun kana tandangna, kandang jeng partentang taya bandinganana. Dipika gimir, dipika serap kusasama, taya karempan kasian leber wawanena. Manuk dadali, manuk panggagana, perlambang sakti Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, pangka kuncarana, resep ngahiji, rukun sakabena.
Hidup sauyunan taroba hiri-hiri, silibikanya dainggis bela pati. Manak dadali ngadung silo kasinatria, kersakumna bangsa di negara Indonesia.
Saat ngapung luhur jauh di awang-awang, beber kenjang-jang bangun tayak karengang. Sukun naranggo asrajeng pamatuk nangelup, ngapak mega bari hiberna tarik nyurubu. Saha anu bisa nyusun kana tandangna, gandang jempar tengtang daya bandinganana. Dipika gimir, dipika serap kusasama, taya karempan kasian leber wawanana. Manuk dadali, manuk panggagana, perlambang sakti Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, pangka kuncarana, resep ngahiji, rukun sakabena.
Hidup sauyunan taroba hiri-hiri, silibikanya dainggis bela pati. Manuk dadali ngadung silo kasinatria, kersakumna bangsa di negara Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was an amazing special performance by IPB All-Star from Manuk Dadali, the traditional songs from Sundanese. Yes, I'm from Sundanese, by the way. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, now we are to move to our third panel session, which will be chaired by Professor Denny Noviana. Professor Denny Noviana is the Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs of IPB University, and he previously served as the Dean of the School of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences at IPB University. And he is a Professor of Surgery and Radiology at the School of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences and holds a PhD in Veterinary Clinical Sciences from Yamaguchi University in Japan. So without further ado, I would like to invite our moderators today, Professor Denny Noviana. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mbak Zahra, as Master Ceremony, for inviting me and introducing me as a moderator for the panel session 3. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be chairing this third panel session, which will focus on the theme Future Direction toward a common space of Asian higher education. To start this session, please allow me to first briefly introduce and kindly invite our honorable panelists and discussion to come and join me at the main stage. So for the first panelist, I would like to welcome our first panelist, the permanent representative of Indonesia to ASEAN, His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Iskandar Shah dari Aman. His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Iskandar Shah dari Aman is the Ambassador Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ASEAN. He has started his career as an Indonesian diplomat since 1994 and has served in different capacities at the ministry and prior to his current position. He was the head of Center for Partnership, Facilitation and International Organization at the Indonesian Ministry of Transportation. Good afternoon, sir. And the panelist, second panelist, please allow me to welcome to the stage Minister Consular or Deputy Permanent Representative of Myanmar to ASEAN, the Honorable Ms. Ngu Warswe. Please give applause. Ms. Ngu Warswe is the Minister Consular, Deputy Permanent Representative of Myanmar to ASEAN. She joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar in 2004 and holds a Master of Arts in International Relations from the International University of Japan, or IUG. She served in various capacities at the Asian Affairs Department and International Organization and Economic Department in the ministry. Good afternoon. And next, I would like to invite the third panelist, Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ASEAN, Her Excellency Ambassador Jesslyn Mancenido Quintana. Her Excellency Ambassador Jesslyn Quintana is the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Philippines to ASEAN. She is a career diplomat and holds a Master in International Relations from the University of Philippines and a Master of International Public Policy from Johns Hopkins University. In her concurrent capacity as the Ambassador to the UAE, she served as a permanent representative to the International Renewable Energy Agency, headquartered in Abu Dhabi. And next, I'm also pleased to invite the discussion for this panel, the head of Asian Research Center of Universitas Padjadjaran, the Honorable Dr. Andes Teku Rejasa, PhD. Dr. Andes Teku Rejasa, PhD is an Associate Professor of the International Relations and the head of the Asian Research Center of the Universitas Padjadjaran. He received a doctorate degree from the College of Law, Government and International Studies at Northern Malaysia University. He is also working as a research person for the legislative and executive branches of the Republic of Indonesia and a commentator on international relations issues for various national and international media. And I am certain that this session will be a fruitful one. And therefore, let's start by welcoming our first panelist, His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Iskandar Sahderi Aman, to deliver his insight. Ambassador Deri, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited to be as one of the panelists with my fellow colleagues, especially Ambassador Joy, our Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to ASEAN, and also our dear colleague, Madam Ngu, who is from the Permanent Mission of Myanmar to ASEAN. And of course, the previous panelists, some of my colleagues were also in attendance as the speaker. So it's indeed a great honor for all of us, ambassadors and representatives from the missions of ASEAN in Jakarta, to be participating in this Ambassadors Town Hall conference, since this is also the first time, I believe, that it has been convened, and it is convened during Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. So therefore, many congratulations to the Council of Rectors of the State University of Indonesia, And I hope this would be a regular conference for the years ahead, because I strongly believe that within the ASEAN vision, whether it's post-2025, whether it's ASEAN Vision 2045, ASEAN higher education will continue to be an important subject, an important agenda in ASEAN to be further progress, and whether it will reach to the stage where ASEAN higher education is something that we are even more prouder in the future. So in this third panel, I believe we are being tasked to present our views on future directions towards a common space of ASEAN higher education. Well, as I think Ambassador Michu in the previous panel has mentioned, as a diplomat, we are of course not practitioners within the realm of education, but we try our best to share our views on how we see higher education within the ASEAN framework. So 3 points that perhaps have been highlighted in this third panel within the future directions. The first is harmonizing higher education in the future. The second would be the formulation for higher education integration in ASEAN. Well, certainly ASEAN, since its establishment in 1967, and just yesterday, we celebrated ASEAN 56th birthday, or ASEAN Day 56 was yesterday, 8th of August. It's all about integration. Integration of ASEAN member states within the framework of ASEAN. And this, of course, will include higher education. So the question is how integration within higher education will be implemented in the context of higher education. And the third is promotion of pentahelix collaboration within ASEAN higher education, of course, engagement with the industry, sustainability, private sector, media, and of course the government and the academicians. So I believe everyone is well aware, based on the previous presentations of all the panelists that we have today, that ASEAN cooperation in education has expanded broadly. We know that it started with perhaps the CMEO, and then within the formal ASEAN mechanism itself, we have different kinds of mechanism within education, starting from the ministerial level, the senior officials level, and then they even have certain working groups working on the agenda of education in ASEAN. And within the mechanism, we can also see that education, apart from the cooperation among ASEAN member states, we also have the cooperation with our partners, just like the presentation made by Australia on the previous panel, but also with our +3 countries, ASEAN +3 cooperation on education. +3 is China, the Republic of Korea, and Japan. And also within the East Asia Summit, education is one of the priority areas of cooperation within the East Asia Summit cooperation in the ASEAN-led mechanism. East Asia Summit, of course, consists of 10 ASEAN member states and 8 partners. 8 partners including Australia, China, ROK, Japan, India, Russia, the US, New Zealand. So those are our so-called EAS partners, which education within the EAS is one of the priority areas of cooperation. So the potentials is there. It's up to us, or if I may say, up to the floor participants who are practitioners in education to take advantage of these mechanisms that we have in ASEAN. And the role of education in the ASEAN community building, or the ASEAN 2025 vision, is clear. Education is there. Again, this is already being provided. It's there. It's for all of us to take advantage what has already been put as a guidance in trying to move forward the cooperation and collaboration in education, including on higher education. There are a lot of ASEAN initiatives, actions on promoting education cooperation in support of the attainment of the ASEAN Vision 2025. And don't forget, we are now already working for the ASEAN post-2025 vision, as well as under Indonesia's chairmanship. Indonesia is already looking at ASEAN 2045. So education is, of course, when we look at the ASEAN community pillars, it's under the socio-cultural pillar. And the socio-cultural pillar, it has its blueprints where education is there. Again, I would say the future direction for ASEAN higher education, all the avenues, all the paths, all the potentials is there. It's how, in my view, to link what we already have, what we desire, and link it, and how do we link it, and how do we implement it. So let me go further on the future direction, ASEAN Community Post-2025 or ASEAN 2045 Vision. As you can see that the vision is to have an ASEAN which is adaptive, responsive, resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN. By that, I would say that higher education should also be directed towards that. ASEAN higher education should also be directed towards that. And current and future trends to be addressed, among others, we have heard from Ambassador Ngurah about supply chain resilience, digital innovation, food and energy security, climate change, environmental degradation, green and blue economy, green transition, communicable diseases. So those are some major points that we look as the trend of the future. And I believe that higher education should also be in line with those important trends that we are projecting will be the dynamics in the future. Next, I would like to share on the challenges. Some of the challenges that I have based on my very limited knowledge, of course. First is education divide in terms of quality and output within ASEAN member states and among ASEAN member states. So education divide, it exists, the gap is there. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to close the gap? Are we going to harmonize? Are we going to have a standard ASEAN education, especially on higher education? And then it's across ASEAN. The digital divide is across ASEAN. The gap on enrollment rate, particularly in tertiary education, the use of ICTs, infrastructures, and learning levels. Also, the challenges of differences in curriculum, and standards among institutions. So let me just point out, based on the UNDP's Human Development Index 2021-2022, among the ASEAN member states, the highest is Singapore, ranked 12 in the world out of 190. And then Brunei Darussalam 51, Malaysia 62, Thailand 66, Indonesia 114, Vietnam 115, Philippines 116, Laos PDR 140, Cambodia 146, Myanmar 149. This is the ranking based on the Human Development Index, which of course in education is part of this Human Development Index. Now, the QS World's University rank. National University of Singapore is ranked number 8. And then NTU 26, University Malaysia 65, University Science Malaysia 137, and then the first Indonesian university is 237. Universitas Indonesia, followed by Gadjah Mada University 263, ITB 281. IPB 489. I don't know whether this is the right data, but what I'm trying to say is that based on these data, we know where we are. We know what to improve. We know what should we do in the future, so that the ranking will be much lower or higher in this case. And not all ASEAN member states universities are being ranked. So there are a number of ASEAN member states who doesn't have a university that is being ranked. It still exists as such. So now, 2 points to conclude my presentation, my short presentation. First is, how do we do it? There needs to be a way on how we suggest that higher education cooperation contribute to the achievements of the whole community building vision, not limited to those two socio-cultural pillars. So we need ways and means, thoughts and ideas on how we can move forward on that. And perhaps my last point is based on the previous presentation panel about CMEO and ASEAN Secretariat or ASEAN. I believe networking, linkage, communication, regular conversation, or if I may say, regular gatherings, meetings, conferences is something that I would highly encourage among all the stakeholders. This is back to the Penta thing: government, academician, private sector, the media, the public, and other stakeholders. We need these kind of forums where we can discuss, where we can have conversations on how we can move towards the future by knowing our current status, by knowing our challenges, and also by identifying what do we want. Do we really want the harmonization of higher education in ASEAN? Do we really want a standardization? I think this needs to be defined and needs to be agreed among all actors within this higher education realm. So CMO, which is already there, ASEAN is there, in this case ASEAN Secretariat, I would encourage that regular communications and cooperation should be developed in a formal way so that all actors, all main actors who are in this ASEAN higher education agenda have all the same objective, have all the same motivation, so that everyone is in a concerted effort towards what we really want to achieve in ASEAN higher education. So I think those are my points that I would like to share to everyone, and I believe my colleagues, panelists, and of course our discussion will enrich the points that have been shared in this panel. Mr. Moderator, thank you very much.
Thank you, People Boss. Thank you, Ambassador Derry, for the insightful and interesting talk. There are one, this is the opportunity for the extend the higher education collaboration, such as, for example, ASEAN 3+, and etc. And then the education is placed on the important point in the ASEAN vision, is already there. And then also, I note about the Human Development Index in ASEAN. That this is very important data for us as a higher education side to what is the direction and also the role of the Xiaomio and also Xiaomio for the have to encourage the networking, linking, communication, regular communication, etc. And then next, I would like to welcome our next panelist, the Honorable Ms. Ngu Warswe, to deliver your presentation. The time is yours, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Moderator. So after the heavy lunch, please allow me to stand for the presentation.
Okay, please.
Hello? It's okay, right?
Yeah.
Dear Excellency, Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, it is very good afternoon to you all, and it is an honor for me to participate this meeting on behalf of my ambassadors. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Council of Elders, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then our CPR Chair, Ambassador Derry, for convening these important events before the ASEAN Higher Education Conference 2023, and then my turn also go to the organizing committee for your one hospitality to my delegations. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to echo our ambassador from ASEAN said, I am just only the mid-level diplomat. I am not from the education sector. So anyway, in terms of active participation, and that we really want to show, we want to support the ASEAN Chair initiatives. That is the reason I am here today. Okay. So with my little knowledge and some reference from Ministry of Education from NAPIDO, please allow me to make a short presentation with the concept of the following contents. In terms of time saving, I will not read out in one by one. This is my following contents for my presentation. May I go to the next one, please? And why there is a need for more space for higher education in ASEAN? With the confinement of new members in ASEAN, the regional integration is begun a long-term effort for ASEAN to narrow the development gap among its member states. Of course, education, along with other priority areas, is enabling the regional integration and equitable development. The lack of education or not having adequate education can bring an impact for social and economic consequences. In this regard, educational integration must be considered as an integrated part of comprehensive regional integration. So this morning panel, it's already said, in ASEAN, we are a very unique organization, composition of different background and different history. So given the diverse education system, quality and capacity of ASEAN member states, finding a common space for higher education ASEAN is a must for an integrated and harmonized region in one community. So please allow me to go next slide. So what is the existing initiative or higher education within our ASEAN? This is the one, roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Space 2025 and Kuala Lumpur Declaration, and also Declaration on Strengthening Cooperation in Education, as well as ASEAN Work Plan. This is the existing initiatives and framework in ASEAN, but this morning I just already thought I was not going to talk about in detail. Next slide, please. So now we are thinking that we already have an ASEAN initiative, we already had framework, so now we are thinking how we align with other ASEAN strategic frameworks, and why ASEAN works towards developing the higher education as a cluster light for growth in the region. It is important to align the effort of our Zone ED and educational sector with other ASEAN strategic frameworks. This is one of the clear examples. It is unpad 2025. In unpad 2025, it is 5 strategic area. Among them, people's mobility is one of the 5 strategic areas. So taking into consideration of the interlinkage between education and socio-economic development, ASEAN effort on education must also be in line with other ASEAN vision initiatives. So, one hand, SOMED and ASEAN Tibet Council are both contributing to increase the exchange of students from ASEAN member states and to prepare for their young people with vocational training skill, and that is necessary for their future career. So in here, what we can say, exchange of information among these would contribute to more ASEAN endeavors. So please allow me to turn to the national policy. So harmonizing national education policy with regional framework is very important for promoting space of higher education in the regions. Therefore, the national policy should be future-oriented and outward-looking. In the case of Myanmar, government has done some policy reform in education. For example, in 2012, government introduced a credit system in their higher education, and Myanmar has also been putting forward a set of priorities to advance its education system in line with regional and international. So in the recent year, Myanmar has been taking steps towards reforming its higher education system. Initiative has been introduced to address the challenge and enhance the quality and accessibility of education. These reforms include curriculum update, faculty trainees, and effort to encourage international collaboration and partnerships. However, despite this effort, many has just to be done in Myanmar to achieve the complete education system for a nationwide approach. What are they? Number one, reducing limited access to higher education by increasing the resource and developing more educational structure, especially in urban areas. Number two, promoting quality education and relevancy of academic programs to meet the evolving industry demands. Number three, increasing funding for higher education. And number four is intensifying international cooperations. So now, please allow me to go the last chapter for my presentation. It is recommendations. The previous slide, please. This is reference.
The previous slide?
Yeah, the recommendation slide. So life promoted the free flow of goods and scalable and service and trade. It is very crucial for ASEAN to lay out the relevant policy on free and open mobility of students, educational, expert, researcher, and the faculties, as well as mutual recognition of credits and professional in creating this is a common space for ASEAN higher education. And on the other hand, ASEAN may wish to consider the extension of current ASEAN mutual recognition agreement on 6 professional, so we can to cover more sector, including the educations, and increasing scholarship for the developing countries, and enhancing collaboration on international academic programs, and creating an enabling environment for cross-border education provider are another considerable move. We blend national and international education systems. So for a long run, for a strategic approach, and our ambassador Terry is already mentioned, now ASEAN member states are currently working for the ASEAN Vision 2045. It is comprising various area is for 3 pillars of ASEAN, and the education is one of the key elements. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, ASEAN must continue to increase the cooperation among its sectorial bodies, including SOMED, and as well as fully utilize the platform for ASEAN University Network. In implementing its achieving in educational goal, and then another way, the initiatives and cooperation with external partners, such as through Canada ASEAN Scholarship. For educational exchange, we got SEET programs and EU Share program, and Australia Colombo Plan, and Oxford ASEAN Scholarship programs that must also be continued for inclusive and ASEAN-wide approach. This is my view. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ngu Warswe, for sharing your perspective and also for the very insightful perspective. Next, we would like to welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Jesslyn Mancenido Quintana. To Ambassador Quintana, the floor is yours, please. Please. Yes, thank you.
Selamat siang. And thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Professor Denny. It's really an honor to be sharing this stage with our Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair is Ambassador Derry. He is our chair because it's Indonesian chairmanship of ASEAN for this year. And I also would like to greet you first, a happy ASEAN week. No longer day, week. But thank you so much for your invitation. You know, I accepted this invitation with trepidation because I am really not an expert in this topic of education. But you know, educators are very close to my heart because I have a grandmother who founded a high school in the Philippines, and that school is going to celebrate its 100th year anniversary 6 years from now. So in her honor, I said, okay, why not? So I will offer my perspectives on this very important topic. But first of all, let me also thank the host, I think IPB, I don't see the rector, Professor Arif, but I am very, very impressed. You know, he was explaining to me earlier that this university has a hotel and a mall. You know, in the Philippines, I don't think we have something like that. So, and this is probably part of what I will be saying in a little while. So, I practiced reading this, and I'm sure I'm within the 10 minutes. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am pleased to join this panel on the future directions of ASEAN higher education and towards a common space. I commend Indonesia for organizing this ambassadors' town hall meeting, as it is important to come together and share our perspectives on higher education in ASEAN prior to the 2023 ASEAN Higher Education Conference. Actually, I thought town hall meetings are only for politicians, but even ambassadors can have town hall meetings. That's very nice. ASEAN has a population of 660 million, before it's 650, but now it's 660 million. And the average age of an ASEAN citizen is 29 years old. But did you know that only 20 million people in ASEAN are enrolled in tertiary education, with a net enrollment rate of around 40%. So in contrast, parts of East Asia have an enrollment rate of 90%. Given this, and the fact that a significant chunk of ASEAN citizens are university age, there is a big incentive for the region to make a strong push for better access to higher education. Historically, many developing countries only invested in primary and secondary education, but this trend is changing. ASEAN member states, through the 2015 Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Higher Education, acknowledge higher education as one of the catalysts in accelerating ASEAN's economic, political, and socio-cultural development agenda. And closer to home, Asian parents, including ASEAN parents, place a high premium on higher education for their children, as they know it is the surest way to guarantee a secure future for their children. In the Philippines, across the country, parents across the country work hard and save money in order to put their children to college or university. In fact, you might have heard that 10% of our population, Philippine population, are abroad. And the reason is to pay for the tertiary education of their children, which has become exorbitant. The cost has become exorbitant. So it is primarily the reason for Filipinos to work abroad in view of the exorbitant expense of funding higher education. So access to higher education should therefore be at the forefront of the region's agenda in order to make it accessible to the ordinary ASEAN citizen. The Philippines has recognized the importance of improving access to higher education. In 2017, the Philippines passed a law entitled Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which exempts eligible college students enrolled in a bachelor's degree, certificate degree, or any comparable undergraduate degree from paying tuition and other school fees in public higher education institutions. Over 2 million students across 220 higher education institutions did not have to pay tuition and miscellaneous fees from 2018 up to date. Aside from state subsidies, access to education and education systems itself can be improved through digitalization. ASEAN is in the midst of developing its post-2025 vision, which will set the vision for the ASEAN community in the next 20 years. During the visioning exercise, one of the megatrends that ASEAN eminent persons have identified is the potential for digitalization in ASEAN to bring the greatest benefits to the region and its people. The question is no longer whether to opt in or out of digitalization, as it is already here. But the question for digitalization in the sphere of higher education is how to effectively harness it. ASEAN member states should harness technology to be able to provide cheaper access to education to its citizens. When the world retreated online during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, many education institutions showed that it can be done. That education need not be conducted in person, and that mechanisms can be put in place to gauge the quality of education delivered online or through blended learning. ASEAN can use technology to collaborate and develop digital infrastructure and resources, such as an ASEAN application or apps library that support online education and blended learning modules. An ASEAN app library can be built as a regional project to aggregate various applications developed by AMS or ASEAN member states, where students and teachers can search for white-listed apps to facilitate learning. AMS can share apps they have developed respectively. Another way to harness technology is through creation of a portal for internship opportunities for ASEAN by ASEAN. Lastly, technology can also be used by developing software application to reduce administrative burden of operating higher education schools. So aside from infrastructure, ASEAN can harness technology through establishing program areas and mechanisms on digitalized credit transfer system, as provided in the roadmap on the ASEAN Higher Education Common Space 2025. By developing a common framework for digital credit transfer, we can create a conducive environment for academic mobility and enhance the overall competitiveness of ASEAN's higher education institutions. Improving access to education also requires us to seek partners. We cannot do it alone. We should actively encourage partnering with the private sector to harness the private sector's assets. For instance, we could consider partnering with telecommunication companies to seek their support in equipping students and teachers with free or subsidized internet access and/or smartphones. We can also reach out to ASEAN's partners for exchanges of best practices and other forms of cooperation and support. The Philippines, as a country coordinator for ASEAN-EU or European Union dialogue relations, has facilitated ASEAN involvement in the SHARE or SHARE program, or the European Union support for higher education in the ASEAN region. SHARE is an EU grant-funded project with an overarching objective to strengthen regional cooperation, enhance the quality, competitiveness, and internationalization of ASEAN higher education institutions and students, contributing to an ASEAN community. The program seeks to, among others, enhance harmonization of ASEAN higher education institutions, support mutual recognition, student mobility, and equal opportunities for all among HEIs or higher education institutions in ASEAN, and it strengthened ties between ASEAN and EU HEIs. In the first phase of SHARE, the ASEAN-EU credit transfer system was developed, and one of SHARE's components is the SHARE Scholarship Program to test the application of this credit transfer system. This scholarship program offers a fully funded one-semester exchange for undergraduate students from selected universities across the ASEAN region to other ASEAN universities, as well as universities in the EU. The program also funded scholarships from EU students to ASEAN universities. From 2016 to 2022, approximately 800 scholarships have been provided to students from ASEAN member countries. We can also lean on each other and institutionalize platforms for sharing of best practices on higher education among ASEAN member states. One area of cooperation that ASEAN member states could embark on are higher education courses for the jobs of tomorrow. Today, traditional career paths are undergoing transformation. Industries like artificial intelligence, renewable energy, digital marketing, and sustainable agriculture are gaining prominence. As we navigate this changing terrain, it is imperative for higher education institutions across ASEAN to craft courses that foster innovation, critical thinking, and adaptability. Courses for the jobs of tomorrow should integrate interdisciplinary approaches, combining technology with humanities and social sciences. Here are some examples from the Philippines. The University of the Philippines has an artificial intelligence program which offers a 2-year master's in engineering on AI and a 3-year PhD in AI. Ateneo de Manila University offers a Bachelor's of Science in Information Technology Entrepreneurship, or the ITE program, which is designed for the next generation of high-impact tech startup co-founders. And my colleague just gave me, before coming to the stage, another example. It's with our university in De La Salle, which is, they have a gaming development course, so maybe even robotics. Anyway, collaborative learning, real-world projects, and industry partnerships must be at the core of these programs. By doing so, we ensure that our graduates possess the skills and mindset to thrive in a dynamic professional environment. In closing, it is imperative that we place access to higher education at the forefront of our regional agenda. The youth of today are the future leaders, innovators, and change makers of our region, and it is our responsibility to equip them with the skills, knowledge, and values that they need to thrive in an increasingly interconnected and dynamic world. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Quintana, for your perspective and very insightful talk. And now that we have listened to the very interesting insight from all of the panelists, I would like to invite our discussion to share his comment in regards to the aspect emphasized by our panelists, and of course to also raise some key question if any. Please, Pak Reza, the time is here.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's an honor to be here, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic is quite huge here, future directions towards a common space of ASEAN higher education, meaning we are thinking on the future. When we are thinking on the future, allow me to reintroduce ourselves with a statement issued by one scholar in China, Lao Tzu. He was the one who mentioned, they who have knowledge don't predict, and they who predict don't have knowledge, and we have knowledge, but what we do is strategic assessment, a vision. Allow me to begin with Ambassador Derry. There is a huge optimism here with regards of ASEAN where we are going today, 25 or 2045. But the strong point is ASEAN has become a people-centered ASEAN. If I refer to a statement by our teacher, the late Alex Ali Alatas, he mentioned that ASEAN today has become a people-centered ASEAN, no longer to be organized by the governing elites inside ASEAN. And then we are the people. We will determine the future of ASEAN. If we ask the fellow ASEAN people, how do we see the future? It is time now to synthesize the ideas coming from the people and also the elite inside ASEAN. People talk about green economy, talking about SDG, talking about information technology, talking about artificial intelligence, talking about small is beautiful. Governments need to listen. I agree with Ambassador Derry's opinion that there are gaps inside ASEAN universities. Some can be categorized into top 10, top 50, top 500. Well, in this case, allow me to share with you why some countries have gone that far. Well, allow me to share with you one book written by the late Lee Kuan Yew. His book entitled From Third World to First. I think we could learn from this book. And then Ambassador Derry has also mentioned the rank of the universities inside ASEAN. I think we need to be more aware of this, because how could we embark to a higher level if there are gaps inside? And then when it comes to pentahelix, very good. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, because this term has been mentioned from the beginning. And then this idea needs to be appreciated, but also need to be applied with certain conditions. Governments need to be stable. Governments need to be equipped with visionary leaders, and that the transition of leadership need to be also accountable at the same time. And then Ambassador Derry also mentioned that we ASEAN, we have good partnership with dialogue partners. Yes, they bring synergies, they bring best practices, and also these dialogue partners, they help ASEAN during difficulties. Please refer to what happened in 1997 and also 2008. And then I also agree with Ambassador Derry that even though education is put under the social cultural pillars, but in fact education has become so important. Education could be the source of energy which will integrate all pillars inside ASEAN. And then Ambassador Derry also mentioned the ASEAN success. In this case, CMEO is there, and then ASEAN higher educations need to be nurtured, yes. And then there is also a sense of optimism with regards to the higher education inside ASEAN. But please remember, we are dealing with 10 countries. We need to nurture our strength, consultation, and consensus. This needs to be nurtured all the time. And then when it comes to the ideas coming from Madam Ngu Warsway, thank you very much, Madam. Again, the theme is that education is very strategic for ASEAN and also for Myanmar. It can narrow the development gap inside the country and also outside the country. And then education can bring qualified countries into qualified regional organization. And then Madam Ngu Warsway also mentioned the needs for the alignment when it comes to higher education. Myanmar has showed us the importance of sectoral alignment, vocational education, and also MPAC. Well, the recommendations are very significant, Madam. Mobility of students, yes, because students today are leaders tomorrow. And then cooperation with dialogue partners. It is very important because dialogue partners, they have energies, they have long history, they have also a readiness to help. And then you also mentioned the ASEAN Regional Integration Work Plan. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I think when it comes to number 5, I think we need to take the best examples from the earlier stages. And then I agree with my Myanmar colleague that ASEAN Vision 2045 is very important. And then when it comes to the development of ASEAN, scholarships and collaboration should be appreciated. And our ASEAN University Network remains relevant. And then for Ambassador Quintano, this is very important, that the average ASEAN citizens are about 30 years of age. 30, they are very young. So I think it is about time, again and again, we need to say, these youngsters need better access for education, and also automatically from there going to the job. And then again, 2015 Kuala Lumpur Declaration has again and again been mentioned. So it shows that we have a definite design for our future, but also we tend to refer always to the history. So this is the strength of ASEAN. We have a good historical record about our development. And again, Madam, digitalization is very important, agree. I sincerely hope this could become a message to the ASEAN Secretariat that a lot of advice is coming from the Philippines, in this case, among others, blended learning, yes, and then library. Library should be empowered. In this case, I'm thinking of the connection of libraries inside ASEAN. I think this is something to be idealized so that countries can learn from each other's best models. Yeah. And also this kind of digitalization can also help for internships. And then again, a pentahelix is also very important. It can bring, it can bridge theory into practices, among others. When it comes to designing a curriculum, please campuses do not think that you know best, because in reality, companies are more, oftenly they use advanced technology, they use advanced management. So in this case, we need to have a shared responsibilities. And then, yes, the statement was ended with a very strong statement: youth. Youth needs to be equipped. In this case, indirectly, I could say, significant amount of funding at the national levels. A greater percentage at the GDP should be allocated to the youth. Provide our youth with proper skill, knowledge, culture, and level of competition. Thank you very much, Bapak Moderator.
Thank you, Pak Reza. I think you raised an interesting point there. I very much welcome further comments or maybe some answer if there are some question from our panelists. Please, Ambassador Dery, if you have a further comment.
Thank you very much, Prof. Denny, as our moderator in this third panel. I think the three of us, being diplomats, myself, Madam Ngu, and Ambassador Joy, the three of us being diplomats, we are being tasked to share our views. But again, in the end, I think what the participants have gained or observed substantially with regard to higher education is actually from the moderator and especially from our discussion. So it's always a pleasure to be in the same panel with Dr. Teku Reza Shah. I'm wondering how when he meets his brother, who is of course an ambassador, Dr. Teku Faisasha, who is his younger brother, our ambassador to Norway, right now the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So only by having this short conversation in one panel, it's indeed very interesting for me personally to listen to my colleagues from Myanmar and Ambassador Joy from the Philippines, and being responded by Dr. Reza, and a very substantive response from him in responding towards our three views, especially from my side, Indonesia's perspective, as well as Indonesia as the ASEAN chair this year, from Myanmar's and the Philippines perspective. So thank you very much, Pak Reza. Again, always a pleasure to meet you, Pak. And may I just add, Pak Moderator, that as I've mentioned, in my limited knowledge, education, of course, is so strategic in the nation building of a country, especially for ASEAN member states, and especially for Indonesia in this case with our population that we have. So higher education especially needs to be looked into further depth on its future direction. Internally, within our national interests, but also how we can align ourselves, the Indonesian interests, within the ASEAN region. So once again, the question is whether we want standardization, harmonization. And then the next question is, how do we do it? And then we keep on wondering, is it possible to do that? Knowing we have 10 ASEAN member states with different kind of developments, and perhaps in the near future we will have 11 with Timor-Leste joining ASEAN in the near future. So the harmonization and the standardization of higher education in ASEAN remains a valid question, whether it is really needed or we just embark and advance our journey on higher education based on what we have today, with the effort of course, closing the gap, but without thinking about there's a need of standardization or harmonization. So I think that remains an underlying question for practitioners, for our universities, to think about the future. The future of higher education, to me, personally, I would say it's also the future of our nation. Because higher education will be the final, if I may say, formal education of a person from the primary school until the higher education. So this is the final formal education. Of course, the informal education is a lifelong issue. It's a lifelong matter. We will never stop learning. That is always what I say to my children. I don't know whether they are doing it, but I hope that they are still in university and high school. They will complete their formal education, which is going into the higher education. But then again, learning process, I think the motto of the every day is a learning process. Every day is a learning process to be better each day. That goes hand in hand with formal education, which in this case it's about higher education. So again, I strongly believe that the building of a nation, the building of ASEAN, the building of the ASEAN community towards the future, higher education has a great and strategic role in it. So that is why it's important for ASEAN higher education to be mapped or to be framed towards the future the way that we feel and we think that it's useful for our generation and also for the next generation. In essence, I would always say to other people that never underestimate about education, never underestimate the importance of higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Dery, for your perspective and insightful talks. And Madam Ngu, please, if you have any further comment, please.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor, okay, Mr. Moderators. In here, please allow me to thank our discussants, Dr. Akadu, because this is a great chance for me. I can learn a lot. You already could summarize. And then and I want to say another one is this is the first meeting I can learn from Ambassador Dery. We are diplomat and we are doing about the policy, and then I think this is the great chance for all us. We can exchange our view between the education experts like the professor and we like a diplomat. So I wish to encourage maybe this kind of meeting next years and years will happen again. So this is my first comments. And then my second comment is in my presentation is included, and also Ambassador Dery also mentioned integrations. Integration is very important. In ASEAN, we already had IAI. This is for initiative from regional integration. As you already know, in ASEAN, the original country and the fourth country, we have some of the gap. So the gap in, how to say, gap is really, really important. So even for tomorrow, we have IIM meeting at the Jakarta. So taking this opportunity, now I am here, so I would like to thank our dialogue partner who are supporting for the IIM project. This is very important for our CLV country. So, and then I want to encourage for the, our dialogue partners. Some of the projects we are still waiting for the funding, so they should be considered. So we are still get within our region, it's difficult to be harmonized to begin it. So this is my sincere appeal to all us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Quintana, please.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Denny. Well, I think I will just leave the audience with this message. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the views that you offered earlier. You know, education, as I said in my remarks, especially tertiary education in my country, entails a lot of sacrifice on the part of the parents. And I think we should not forget that. As I said, you know, Filipinos travel abroad just to give quality education for their children. So it's not a problem for primary, secondary, but tertiary, it's different. And I'm glad. I think we need to really think about how to drive down the cost of education, not just because it's subsidized or things like that, but even if it's subsidized, there are miscellaneous costs. And that's where parents are of course, feeling the difficulty. The second message I'd like to leave behind is that to say that knowledge is not the same as wisdom. I think we're forgetting in our education system that there's too much knowledge and too much information. I think we should be able to also think about values in the education system, to be able to provide discernment. How in this highly digitalized world, could a student discern from what is fake or what is not fake, you know, about misinformation or disinformation. So those things are very important. And I think as ASEAN member countries, you know, again, this forum is very important. I think the educators have a voice. The current president or chair of the CMEO is our Secretary of Education in the Philippines, who happens to be our vice president of the country. And she has been traveling around, and I think her personality, being a politician, also adds to raising the profile of education as an important topic of discussion. So I think, you know, you have a role to play, and we can work hand in hand to make sure that the future for our young people is bright. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Quintana. So I think the organizing committee just reminded me about the time. So it's already now for past to 15 minutes. I think this is I will finish this panel number 3. Thank you for everyone for the active participation and very much insightful discussion in the third and final panel session today. I think we can all agree that the collaboration between ASEAN countries, including the higher education aspect, is highly important, and we need mutual understanding about the common challenges that lie ahead and how we can support each other for a better future. It has been an honor for me to chair this session, and I thank all the panelists and discussion Again, for this wonderful session, I will give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Professor Denny. Please give applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to all the speakers. And I will to invite Rector of IPB University, Professor Arif Satria. Please kindly can give a token of appreciations. And the first token of appreciations we give to our moderators today. Okay. And first to Ambassador dari Aman. And the second for Professor Denny Noviana. And thank you so much to the Honorable Ms. Gu Wang Sui. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to His Excellency Ms. Jaislyn. Okay, thank you so much. And Bapak Ibu kami persilakan untuk bisa berfoto bersama, can have a photo sessions together. Baik, terima kasih banyak kepada Pak Rektor. Kami mohon untuk tetap di tempat, Bapak, karena setelah ini akan langsung closing remarks. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much to all the excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our session, but before we wrap up our session, please, I want to invite Rector of IPB University to give his wrap-up event today.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's Ambassador Town Hall meeting has been very insightful and very productive. And on behalf of IPB University, we are honored to be hosting such an important and exciting event. Not only that, this event involved the participation of rectors and senior officials from 60 universities across Indonesia, indicating the commitment for interinstitutional collaboration within the country. It is also important to note that today's event is actually in line with the momentum of ASEAN Day 2023, which took place yesterday on August 8th. I think from today's event, we could really feel the ASEAN spirit of partnership and collaboration, not just between ASEAN member nations, but including with our ASEAN partner countries. The meeting has served as the platform for representatives of ASEAN members, government and regional organizations, as well as the partner countries to meet and discuss the main perspective needed to understand the context of higher education in ASEAN and discuss the way forward to realize a common space for higher education in the region. The first panel has given the salient insight and an overview on the evolution, development, and challenge faced by each country in ASEAN in terms of higher education, human resource issues, teaching method, curricula, network with industry, and scholarship or funding. For that, several key strategies have been done to overcome the situation, especially after the pandemic. Partnership, collaboration, networking, mutual recognition agreement, and learn from each other among ASEAN countries and from ASEAN partners such as Japan and Australia on higher education system have become more important. The strategies are important to improve the quality of ASEAN higher education, could support the economic growth, human well-being, and peace in the region. From the second panel, we got insight about opportunities and challenges in harmonization in ASEAN higher education. As a regional organization that provide a platform for cooperation, collaboration, and harmonization for related countries, ASEAN faces challenges in shifting paradigm that drive transformation of higher education, sustaining finance, as well as promote wise digital transformation. Besides that, the difference in language and quality assurance are also becoming challenges for harmonization in ASEAN higher education. Standardization in higher education is not necessary, as each country has its own uniqueness, but a common guideline is needed. Digital learning, which emerged rapidly during the pandemic, has opened up new opportunities for ASEAN members to establish a new model of learning for students. Australia, as one of close neighbor countries to ASEAN, has shared its its experience in hosting international students and how it has helped to promote multiculturalism and mutual understanding to other countries, including ASEAN. Australia has supported ASEAN in higher education through research collaboration, scholarship, technical, vocational, and education training, encouraging publication and cross-recognition in many ways, and will continue to support. The third panel has raised some future direction of higher education in ASEAN. Knowing that current position of ASEAN higher education in the world rank, it gives an orientation of the future direction. Still, networking, linkage, communication, regular conversation among ASEAN countries is needed. All stakeholders, government, private sectors, and other stakeholders need to work together, have the same motivation and objective, so everyone could be involved in this movement. Some recommendations, policies on student mobility, researchers, experts, and faculties, mutual recognitions of credit and professionals, increasing scholarship and international collaboration, creating an environment for cross-border education providers, and increasing cooperation dialogue. In terms of method of delivering, blended learning offers an innovative model of education that needs to be considered. Increased access to higher education should become the main agenda among ASEAN countries. To conclude, I believe all three panels have provided important insight into the crucial roles of higher education development in each ASEAN member state and the cooperation among member states, as well as the diverse strategic partners and stakeholders. Moreover, with the global pandemic, we have witnessed the increasing emphasis on the need to strengthen collaboration and the need to continuously renew our commitment and effort to develop the higher education system in the region in supporting the goals of making higher education the catalyst for growth. The meeting has successfully facilitated the objective of the ASEAN Higher Education Conference in bringing higher education institution leaders, lecturers, students, as well as government representatives and industry from the ASEAN countries to discuss strategic and collaborative measures related to the role of higher education as a catalyst of growth. Hopefully, the fruitful discussion of today's meeting can help strengthen the main outcomes of the ASEAN Higher Education Conference that will have its main event be held on August 24-23 in Bandung. And the communique can provide a meaningful recommendation for more official meetings, including the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Education. With that, I would like to again thank all the distinguished speakers, panel chairs, discussion, and participants for the engaging and fruitful discussion during the meeting. I also express my sincere thanks and appreciation to organizing committee from IPB University and Universitas Padjadjaran for their hard work to make this event successful. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Arif Satria, for wrapping up our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed with all the speakers, panelists, and discussant. Thank you so much to all the speakers and all the distinguished guests, all the excellencies. Thank you so much for your attention and attendance and all participants. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a pleasant day. With all the participants can have a photo session together again. Kami mengundang kepada Bapak Ibu untuk bisa melakukan sesi foto bersama. Kami mengajak dan mengundang, we invite you, dear ladies and gentlemen, to have a photo session together again with all the panelists, VIPs, and all the distinguished guests. Boleh Bapak Ibu ya, bisa di atas juga di layer two layers ya. We've made 2 layers for
Ayo masuk
Selamat datang di IPB University, kampus hijau penuh prestasi, dinamis dan penuh karya, unggul akademik dan risetnya.
Ayo masuk IPB, kampus terbaik penuh inovasi, berintegritas dan menginspirasi. Tunggu apa lagi? Ayo masuk IPB.
Beragam fakultasnya, asri dan hijau lingkungannya.
3, 2, 1, go! Here we go! Welcome to IPB University Bogor, lokasinya teduh suasananya. Bertemu teman dari seluruh Nusantara, Jawa, Sumatera hingga Papua. Kita bersama raih asa seluasnya, gapai cita bersama banggakan orang tua. Ya we are here to call us the nation, satu IPB untuk satu nation. Haha, come on!
Berpadu satu raih asa, bersama kita raih cita.